Members of Council, this meeting is now resumed. Please rise for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember the following person who has passed away, George Getty. Thank you. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I know I speak for all of my colleagues when I wish our colleague, Councillor Paul Ainslie, a very happy birthday. And I'm also happy to tell him that we are scraping together. It's a little premature, but we may be able to get you an LRT for Scarborough. So we're working on that. Sure.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Kelly, I understand that you wish to make a brief announcement.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there are tons of surplus food on the one hand in the City of Toronto, thousands of hungry people on the other hand, and putting the two together is an organization called Second Harvest. It rescues perishable food, delivers it to over 200 social agencies who prepare over 20,000 meals a day. To fund this worthwhile project, Speaker, Second Harvest is holding a fundraising day today, and it's asking Torontonians to become heroes for a day to help rescue the food that is prepared for the hungry residents of Toronto. And Speaker, I have had the privilege today of presenting a check to Second Harvest from We the Norm merchandise, the sale of We the Norm merchandise for $1,000. And if anyone here has the opportunity, and I hope everyone takes advantage of it, to make a contribution to Second Harvest, I would encourage them to do so. And all the information with respect to Second Harvest in general, and this day in particular, can be found online at secondharvest.ca.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Layton, you have an announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising just to bring attention to Council that it is World Cancer Day today. And there are currently 200 known types of cancer, from lung cancer to bowel cancer and prostate cancer. Sadly, most of the recorded cases of cancer are found in developed countries, namely in North America, Oceania, and Western Europe. But all global cancer deaths, 70%, are found in the developed world. The number of cancer deaths is not expected to decrease anytime soon, and projections say that the number of cancer deaths will hit 12 million across the world by 2030, a rise of almost 30% in under 15 years. It's estimated, though, that 30% of all cancer deaths could be prevented by a change in lifestyle, including stopping smoking, more exercise, and using more sunscreen. All of us have been impacted by someone in our lives with cancer. Maybe it's a sister, a brother, a mom, a father, or in the case of all of us, a colleague and a friend. World Cancer Day is our chance to join them in their fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Members of Council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, Council has completed 101 items. There are 14 items left on the agenda, plus the member motions. Our first item of business this morning is CC 12.6 on the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. A report on activity from July 1st, 2015 to December 31st, 2015. The Integrity Commissioner will make a presentation to Council on that item. I will now take the release of member holds. Please put your name under request to question staff. Councillor Thompson.
Madam Speaker, I had just
Oh.
my name on several lists, but clearly not the right one. But if I could just, on a point of order, just acknowledge that today is also Bob Marley Day, a day that has been proclaimed here in the City of Toronto since the days of Mayor Art Eggleton. And of course, it is a day that honors and recognizes somebody who was a human rights activist, who was an ambassador for peace, but also who was, of course, an incredibly popular and well-known musician. And it's a chance for us to both pay a continuing tribute to him years after his passing, but also to mark the spirit in which he lived his life as a humanitarian and as a human rights activist. And we'll be acknowledging the day I have by way of a proclamation on your behalf and on behalf of the people of the city, but we'll also be doing it downstairs during the course of Council's proceedings this morning. And while he was of Jamaican descent, we have a huge, proud Jamaican community here. People from all backgrounds, I think, celebrate this day and what it represents, and I just wanted to acknowledge that here in front of this meeting. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, quick release.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, Speaker. Page 2 of the blue sheet, PW 10.1, options for permitting street or intersection murals on local street. I've had my questions, and the information I wanted has been helpful, and I can release this particular item.
Thank you. Page 2, PW 10.1, Councillor Thompson is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got two quick releases. First one on page 2, which we're about to deal with anyway, which is Licensing and Standards Committee, LS 9.3.
It needs to be held.
Just for the knowledge of the councillor, I've talked to Councillor McMahon, our Executive Director, Councillor Holliday. We're just going to move a motion for referral to the back to staff. So
Just one sec. Councillor Campbell had... Councillor Campbell?
No, I'm okay.
Councillor Campbell approached me earlier today. Are you okay with that, Councillor Campbell?
I'm fine with that.
You're okay?
Yep.
strategy, which the staff are currently working on. So Councillor McMahon and I had discussions with staff this morning. Everybody seems to be in agreement.
Okay, so that's on page 2, LS 9.3. Councillor De Beermaker is referring the item back to Executive Director, Municipal Licensing. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Councillor De Beermaker.
Second one on page 2, the Etobicoke York Community Council, item EY 11.13. I can release that.
Okay, on page 2, EY 11.13. All in favor? Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
He's releasing it, I mean, yeah. Councillor Kelly, please.
11.13. It's a very strange circumstance. 11.13, page 2, application to remove a private tree. Yes. No, it's not Exhibition Place. Yeah, right. No, that's coming up soon.
Councillor Palacio? I'm sorry, we closed the vote. Yeah, he put his thumb up. Yeah, he's.
The item does not carry. The vote is 13 to 16.
Councillor Burnside. Speaker, be careful. I know. That's mine. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I could have done this yesterday. I want to release EY 11.2. This was a staff report.
I'm sorry, what page?
Oh, sorry.
Page 2,
Page 2.
okay.
Yep. So this was a staff report on a development proposal in my ward that we held over in the evening, and had quite a number of deputants where the applicant has holdings with 156 rental units, of which only about half are occupied. Staff came back with a very positive report for the community that rejected the house.
Said, Councillor Campbell, if I can please ask members of council, please, there's too much noise. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so anyway, staff came back with a refusal report, which was welcomed by the community, and I just wanted to have a recorded vote. And I'm obviously supporting the staff report. The applicant came in with a proposal for over 600 units, where 156 units are presently owned by the property owner.
Okay.
So just requesting a recorded vote.
Thank you. Okay, on page 2, EY 11.2, direction report for 289 and 291 the Kingsway. Councillor Campbell's asked for recorded vote. Councillor Campbell is moving the staff report.
I understand that. Nevertheless, we're dealing with planning matters, and there's no one here.
I know.
Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Mayor Tory, please. Could we have your vote?
The item carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Sorry about that. I would have absolutely supported that.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a couple of quick releases so that I may have a recorded vote to vote in the negative. EY 11.12, application to remove a private tree, 147 Duncan Woods Drive. That's a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Cole. Councillor Burnside, thank you.
The item carries 25 to 4.
Oh, the tables.
Councillor Holliday.
Speaker, thank you. SC, on page 2, SC 11.3. This is also a tree at 51 Silverstead Drive, and the request is recorded vote.
To say yes, to record the yes.
On page 2, SC 11.3, application to remove a private tree. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The item is adopted, 26 to 4.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. One more, same page, page 2, at the bottom of the page, TE 13.27, application to remove a private tree, 314 Glen Road.
Okay,
A
page,
recorded vote, please.
page 2, T 13.27, application to remove a private tree. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor McMahon, please.
The item is adopted, 27 to 4.
Councillor McMahon, quick release.
Sure. Actually, since Councillor Holliday's in such a good mood, I'd like to cordially invite him to release my item TE 13.72. It's Councillor Ainsley's birthday. It's the least you can do. I forget.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Oh, okay. Okay, Mayor Tory? Mayor Tory? It's on the
Oh, it's up
screen.
on the screen. Okay, I
Yeah.
did. Madam Speaker, I move the motion that is to be added to the order paper and ask that it be declared urgent. The FCM doesn't have, I mean, to be honest, and it doesn't have a bid, and it's something that I think would be good for the city to have their annual conference here in 2020. And so we're just wanting to add that to the order paper, and the urgency is that they need to have that bid in their hands sooner than otherwise the process would allow for.
All in favor? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, we'll now go to page 3, CC 12.6, Office of the Integrity Commissioner, and I believe that the Integrity Commissioner will be making a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Before I begin, I do have a slide presentation, so I'm not sure if that's available. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to appear today to present to you a report on the activities of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner for the last 6 months of 2015. The reason the report is for 6 months and not a year is because the office is transitioning from filing an annual report based on a July to June reporting period to an annual report based on the calendar year. The report you have before you therefore discusses the activities from July 1st to December 31st, but includes statistical information for the entire calendar year. A number of accomplishments were achieved during this short reporting period. Responding to requests for advice and complaints remained my primary focus, but I was also engaged in substantial policy projects, including the City Council-directed review of the city's accountability framework, the Government of Ontario's consultation with respect to the review of the City of Toronto Act and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and reviewing and streamlining the gift disclosure process for members of council. In calendar year 2015, I issued 13 reports, concluding 35 complaints. I responded to more than 185 requests for advice from members of council or local boards, and to more than 300 requests for advice or information from residents and city staff. I am happy to report to you, members of council, through you, Madam Speaker, that we noticed an uptick, although slight, in the requests for advice coming from the local board sector. I attribute this uptick in part to my office's outreach activities in this sector. In calendar year 2015, the office received 34 new complaints and 14 new informal complaints. My office has reviewed 30 gift disclosure forms and attended more than 20 education and outreach sessions, including one series of sessions that I'm particularly proud of, that my office coordinated in partnership with Toronto Ombudsman, when the office met with councillors and their staff to provide tools and strategies for dealing with intake matters and difficult behaviours. I'll talk for just a few minutes about the policy activities. As Council knows, in April 2015, City Council directed an external review of the 4 accountability officers' functions. The Office of the City Manager engaged Dean Lorne Sawson to carry out this review. Dean Sawson's review process was consultative and productive. His report recognized that the accountability framework in place at the City of Toronto is sophisticated and well regarded. He offered a number of suggestions to try to improve coordination between the offices, including that the Memorandum of Understanding in place between the Office of the Integrity Commissioner and the Office of the Lobbyist Registrar be expanded to include all 4 officers. Prior to Dean Sawson's report being submitted to City Council, this objective was achieved. I look forward to future participation in consultations with respect to Dean Sawson's recommendations. At the invitation of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I, along with all other integrity commissioners and accountability officers in Ontario, participated in a consultation for the review of municipal legislation, including the City of Toronto Act and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. As I have noted to this Council previously, the legislative framework applicable to members of Council is long overdue for reform. I therefore made a number of recommendations, including the need to simplify and clarify the framework for members of Council. I am optimistic that this round of review will lead to thoughtful reforms that will create a simplified system of clear standards of conduct, including conflicts of interest, to which members of Council must adhere. And the report on activity includes a complete copy of the submissions I made to the Ministry. During this reporting period, I also began my work on a general basis to streamline and improve the resources available to the Office's stakeholders. My first area of focus was to consolidate and simplify the process for gift disclosures, which I know many of you are familiar with. On December 31st, 2015, I'm pleased to say that the Office launched a comprehensive gift disclosure hub on the Office of the Integrity Commissioner that includes necessary forms and a gift registry for all types of gifts. And I'm sure this is all a review for members of Council, but this is where you will be able to find the information about gifts, benefits, and donations on the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. And you can see in this slide what the gift hub looks like. This will be a central place where all types of gifts can be searched by the public. Turning to internal matters, I am pleased to report progress in two key areas. First, the position of Integrity Officer, Investigations and Analysis was filled. This addition of this position significantly improves the capacity of the office to address the current backlog of complaints, which I described in the last annual report I provided to you. Second, with the assistance of the Office of the City Clerk, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner has made progress in devising and implementing a records retention policy to ensure adherence to legislation, but also to maintain independence of the office. I expect to report more fully on this component of the operations in my 2016 annual report. I have been in this role for over a year now, and it was time for me to demonstrate my accountability to this council by setting for you what my objectives are for the work of the office. These objectives are tied directly to the statutory duties I have as Integrity Commissioner, and they are to provide timely, accurate, consistent, and practical responses to requests for advice from members of council and local boards, to carry out investigations in a fair and appropriately thorough manner, to provide and deliver education and outreach to stakeholder groups, to provide resources for all stakeholders that are consistent, accessible, practical, and clear, to perform my duties in as a transparent manner as possible, while maintaining and respecting the secrecy obligations imposed on me by the City of Toronto Act. My goal is to maintain and build on the Office of the Integrity Commissioner's reputation as a thought leader and a resource about ethics and integrity among elected officials. Finally, one of my goals is to build up the institutional strength of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner for its long-term future sustainability. It is my goal that the work of this office will help to improve the trust and confidence that Torontonians have in their City Council and its decision-making structure. There is much for the public to have confidence in. Members of Council work hard. They grapple with complex policy issues and make impactful and significant decisions. Members of Council work, through you, Madam Speaker, takes time, patience, cooperation, and dedication. Members of local boards, often volunteers, work hard too, giving up their free time to contribute to the city. All of this work is supported by a tireless and dedicated public service which fundamentally respects the role of elected officials and appointees and works to ensure that decisions are well considered, informed, and transparent. Gaining the trust and confidence of the public is challenged when the public sees members of council behaving in ways that would not be tolerated at their own workplace, or failing to address questions about possible conflicts or possible improper motives. The Code of Conduct provides guidance about the things that a member of council or a local board member can do to improve the trust and confidence, and it appropriately sets the bar high. It is often felt by those bound by any given code of conduct that they do not need a code of conduct to govern their own personal integrity or moral code. For instance, I have heard that a gift of a single dinner would not compromise a person's objectivity. That may be the case, but at the City of Toronto, the Code of Conduct achieves a much greater objective than any one person's personal integrity. By setting standards that address concerns about even the appearance of impropriety, the Code protects and enhances the integrity and reputation of City Council and of the City of Toronto as a whole. I am available to members of Council and to members of local boards to discuss how the Code of Conduct can guide their actions to proactively maintain and strengthen the trust and confidence that Torontonians have in the important work that their representatives perform every day. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Matt Lowe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your report and the good work that you're doing, and your accessibility to us when we need to seek advice from you as well. With regard to accountability, do you believe that that your office has the necessary tools to, excuse me, to my colleague, just thanks. I appreciate that. The necessary tools to ensure that there are consequences for bad behavior. It seems to me, and if I may say, it seems to me, I've just noticed over the 5 years that I've been here, that there have been certain individuals who it's just clear that they keep willfully breaking the code of conduct, neglecting the code of conduct often. And there seems to be just no teeth in any of the tools that you seem to have. There's no consequence that seems so important or helpful that they might, even if they don't care about other people, they might care about their own needs to change their behavior. So do you believe that that you have the necessary tools, and if not, would you be considering requesting better tools?
I did not make submissions to the province about the tools available. That would be, those are prescribed quite carefully in terms of penalties anyway under the provincial legislation. I did not make any submissions about that. I think that that this office and this role does have considerable flexibility to try to recommend remedial measures that are geared towards improving conduct in the future. I would hesitate and have to think long and hard before any other penalties, before I would be recommending any other penalties, because the members of council and appointees are elected, and so the role that my office can provide is to clearly report about contraventions that have happened, to provide that information to the public, and to provide some tools that can try to change the behavior well during the term. But to actually do anything beyond that, I think, is a bigger question.
I would just submit to you that the tools that we have today have not been demonstratively effective yet. The other question I have for you is with respect to email correspondence by both councillors, but also senior staff and other members of our civil service. Have you considered making recommendations to, while respecting the privacy of constituent councillor relationships and matters that are clearly of a private nature, ensuring that there be more transparency with respect to email correspondence about city business, but also ensuring that when, for example, if a member of the media or public submits an FOI request, that it not simply be up to that individual to subjectively decide what they should share and what they shouldn't, but there be a better way to actually provide accountability to the public when they make those requests.
I haven't made any recommendations about that, and I'll be careful here a bit, because the jurisdiction for records for the city is with the Office of the City Clerk.
I'm speaking about accountability, though, specifically.
I have to give that a bit more thought before I could give you an informed answer, Councillor.
Okay, I bring both of these matters to your attention, both out of sincere curiosity, but admittedly rhetorically to perhaps bring them to your attention as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Oh, no, I did turn it on. I did turn it on, but it just shut off on its own.
Thank you. My question is with respect to Lawrence Sawson's recommendations. Where's the path of that right now, as far as you know? I gather that it will continue on between the accountability officers and the city manager's office. But will that arrive here as a finished product, yay or nay it, or is it an ongoing process and will have further input?
The City Council directed the city manager to report back after doing further consultation and consideration of some of the more significant recommendations. And so I think there is a direction that a report will come back to council before, and I could be corrected. I should defer if somebody has.
Speaker, is the city manager able to answer questions now in the same round, or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. It is the Integrity Commission's report, but I believe that the process is between our staff and accountability officers with respect to Dean Sawson's recommendation of possibly amalgamating the Integrity Commissioner with the Lobbyist Registrar. And I haven't been asked to consult on it. I gather they were going to consult with local councillors. I don't know how many or in what form, but I'm wondering, does it arrive back here as a finished product, or will we have further input? I ask this because the concerns that I had when that recommendation were made is now actually increased as a result of the budget requests of the various accountability officers this year. So will we be getting further input into that?
So would you like to ask the city manager? Who can answer that question?
To the chair. So apologies, I missed some of your question, but I believe we are reporting back through this.
But my question is, reporting back with what? With a final report that I must yay or nay, or or is this an iterative process, and the next time it comes to us, here's a draft, what do you think? What's the process?
So I believe, and forgive me, Councillor, because I do need to be briefed on this. I don't have a full answer for you, and I will, but I believe that it will be, our advice will be coming forward for Council to deliberate on. And so that it would be, staff's advice. If Council does wish to provide further input, then we will hear it at that point.
And do Council have direction to sort of, to limit, or do staff have direction, I should say, to limit their review to just the statements of Dean Sawson? Or are they looking at the accountability process as it goes on? I ask this question because each of the accountability offices, well, all but one, we're asking for budget increases, and yet we're waiting for this review that may have substantial changes in it that could provide either efficiency or extra expense. So are those things being looked at as we go along? Will they be included in the review?
Councillor, I believe the scope is limited and defined, but if it's okay, I'll prepare a briefing and we can follow up with you.
So if as long as provided it's in order, we might direct as a result of this item being on the agenda now, we could perhaps ask you to take into consideration some additional things?
That is your prerogative, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the presentation. As you know, I always ask for presentations because we have such a big agenda. I hope the councillors do get to read these, but it gives us a chance. One thing I'm interested particularly in is the submission in response to the municipal legislation review. How did you select your recommendations, and how will they change what we've got right now? I know that's rather a broad question, but if you could just touch on those.
Through you, Speaker, the recommendations that I made were based on looking back at the experience of the office for the past 10 years, and the experience that I brought to this office from working at the Provincial Integrity Commissioner, and some research and awareness of what are the best practices for these types of systems across North America. The recommendations that I made, if they're implemented, there are 4 key themes of the recommendations that I made. The first was to entrench some of the things that Toronto really stands out on across Ontario, because Toronto has really distinguished itself by creating an independent framework through Chapter 3 of the Municipal Code. And so one of the recommendations I made was to try to bring some of those concepts into the provincial legislation so that our independence as accountability officers could be entrenched and protected. There are some other recommendations under that theme dealing with protection of preserving confidentiality and other sort of more technical enhancements to the statutory provisions around that. The second theme is really to endorse the proposals that were made by the Honourable Douglas Cunningham in the report of the Mississauga Judicial Inquiry regarding the events in Mississauga. And what the essence of those recommendations would be to create a unified system so that members of council don't need to think about, is this a Municipal Conflict of Interest Act issue and do I need to get legal advice? They could come to one source and get advice about all matters relating to ethics and integrity, and also to include in the legislation that it would be able to, any advice received from the Commissioner would be able to be relied on if there was an application or a complaint about it, which is, I think, the best in class and the most common sense approach. But as through you, Madam Speaker, as many members of Council will know, it's not that simple right now. The last theme, I think I might have oversold the number of themes, there's only 3. The last theme is to introduce something I've talked to this Council about before, annual disclosures of private interests for elected officials. So that would be a big change for elected officials in Toronto. But having done the research, I have to say, Toronto and the province of Ontario, in fact, is lagging very far behind with respect to this component. It is right now in the provinces of Quebec, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, Manitoba. All of those provinces include legislation that either require or permit municipalities to introduce personal financial disclosure systems. In British Columbia, all elected officials, including local government officials, are required to make annual financial disclosures. And the City of Calgary has distinguished itself by creating a voluntary requirement for disclosure of financial interests. If you put Toronto in the context of other similar-sized American cities, we also fall behind. So you've heard me talk about that concept before, and that would probably be, through you, Madam Speaker, the biggest change that members of Council might face.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Doucette, you held the item down to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will only take a few moments. I just want to thank the Integrity Commissioner again for this report. Now that it is a full-time position, I think it's important for us to look at the numbers. I think it shows that this should have been a full-time position, and I am very happy that it is. Also interested to see that councillors are going for information, are asking questions. Very happy to see that local boards are. The Integrity Commissioner came and spoke at one of my local boards, and some of the members go, wow, I didn't know I could go and speak to the Integrity Commissioner. I think that's the answer. Get out there, let people know that she is here, she, he, depending who fills the position, is here. Interested also to look at the recommendations you have moved forward for the changes. They are interesting. I will probably have an offline conversation with you about some of them. But as I say, I just want to thank you very much for the report. And I suggest that councillors do read these reports. The first section I found very informative because sometimes I'm going, should I do that or shouldn't I? And a lot of this is actually really good information. Sometimes I think, oh, hey, I did it right. Actually, all the time I go, hey, I did it right. I think that will help us, and a lot of time and effort goes into these reports, and I think we should spend the time reading them. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to very briefly just echo my colleague Councillor Doucette's remarks of gratitude to the Commissioner. I really am impressed by the work that she's doing, and I can say personally that, and I imagine all of you share this, that when we call the Commissioner to seek advice about something that we're just not sure about, that we just want to make sure that we're on solid footing, solid ground as we move forward, it actually provides me with a lot of comfort. To know that I'm upholding the integrity of the office, but also that I'm not going to unintentionally get into some trouble that I didn't expect as well. So I find it incredibly helpful, and I think a great service to both the institution, but also to each of us as councillors. I wanted to just bring up, actually another item I wanted to bring up was the presentation time, and I think it's wonderful and very respectful that Councillor Doucette asked for these presentations. But our accountability offices are so important that there really should be, and I would submit this to the Speaker and the Clerk, set times so that we don't have to request or hope that these things happen, but that they are just part of the structure of how we do business, so that it's predictable and sure for the officers, but also so that we show up at those times and listen, as we all are doing right now. The other two items I just wanted to raise were based on the questions that I asked the Commissioner a moment ago, because I do intend to formally request that the Commissioner explore these questions. One of which is the tools that her office has in her toolbox to be able to take real action with real teeth when members of council ignore or willfully break the code of conduct. It doesn't seem like the tools we have now are making a difference, that they're not influencing certain individuals who repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat, and then get caught and repeat, have to pay a fine and repeat. And it seems to do nothing, and it is embarrassing to this institution, and I think it actually hurts the credibility, the integrity, and the reputation of this institution. And I'd like to see it. I don't want to be overly punitive, but just better tools that have more teeth that perhaps can influence councillors who aren't influenced now to do the right thing. The other matter is email correspondence. I think our residents have the right to know that if they write to their councillor, that there can be discretion assured and confidence assured. And in no way do I mean to suggest that all of our correspondence, especially respecting the confidence of our constituents, should be of a public matter. But when it's a matter of city business, whether you be a city councillor, whether you be a senior staff member or a member of our civil servant, there should be reasonable accessibility and accountability to that kind of correspondence. Right now, if you're a member of the media or a member of the public and you even put in a Freedom of Information request, not only is there an expense, not only can many, many, many months, 6 months or more go by before you even get a response, and maybe the matter could have been urgent, has already passed. Maybe we're in the midst of a big public debate. Well, decisions are made, investments have been made, and now it's a moot point, and all of a sudden we find out that perhaps wrongdoing was done. But it's also up to that individual to subjectively decide what is a matter of public interest and what's not. And there's far too much discretion allowed for redaction by those who might not want to have something embarrassing be put into the public forum. Our FOI system is a joke. It's not a real thing. We have it, but it doesn't actually function the way that it should, and I think it needs reform. And the reason I bring it to the accountability officer's attention, along with working with the clerk, is because this is a matter of transparency and accountability, which we do not provide to the public today. So these are two items that I am going to be formally request that we review because I think they're necessary, and I know some councillors will be fearful of some aspects of it, but trust me, you'll be pleased if we do this, because it won't actually affect your or my ability to have private, confidential discussions with constituents who want that discretion. It won't affect anything that is reasonable, but there's a lot of unreasonable, and that's what I'm trying to affect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I asked about whether or not it would be helpful to move a motion giving further instruction about the review that's coming back. And I don't think it's needed. Having chatted with City Manager Wallace, I don't think it's necessary but to move a motion. But certainly to speak today that they be mindful of some things. We're still waiting for a report back. And the Integrity Commissioner has highlighted, it's on page 5 of the report, to remind us that she's highlighted that one of the biggest change-making recommendations in Dean Sawson's report is about the concept of possibly amalgamating the Integrity Commissioner with the Lobbyist Registrar. I remain very concerned about that. The weakness, in my view, in the Lobbyist Registrar's bag of tools is the fact that the website that is there is really not citizen-friendly. We still have fundamentally to decide what the investment should be there. Is that website there as a gatherer of evidence for later dispute settling, for later court actions, or is it supposed to be there so that on any given day my constituents can get on there and find out who's lobbying Shelley? What's going on? There's some items on the council agenda. I think I'll check all these items on the agenda that take place in our ward and see if Shelley's been talking to the lobbyists. I think if you ask your residents, you'll find that most of them are having a hard time figuring out that website. It was my expectation that that's what that website was for. But it would take significant investment to make it that user-friendly. Generally, they phone my office, and if it's me they're keeping watch over, they shouldn't have to do that. They phone my office and ask my staff to tell them how to find me in there. It's challenging. So to me, that would be the biggest way to make this thing Torontonian friendly. Secondly, I worry about when we blend those two things, are we going to lose sight of the fact that fundamentally the Integrity Commissioner's role is to advise us on the code of conduct. Conflicts of interest should show themselves in our own actions and our own declarations here in the council chamber and in our activities on that lobbyist registry. But we're going to blur those two things when we amalgamate those offices, and so the review has to address that and make sure that that never becomes the case. I do want to phone the lobbyist registrar whenever I have a question with respect to the code of conduct, but for very good reason. If you're really going to hold me responsible in the court of law, should need be, it is up to me. It is my responsibility to decide when I'm in a conflict. It's not the city solicitor's job. It's my responsibility, and I can't ever shirk that responsibility and pass it off by saying, an accountability officer didn't tell me I had to declare. I'm supposed to know it, read it. I hate to recall words of another justice, but I'm not supposed to be willfully ignorant. I'm supposed to know when to declare. It's separate from that task, and it rears its head if I'm lobbying with folks or if I'm accepting a gift and then I'm standing here talking about it and it starts to turn out that I had some sort of interest. That's my responsibility to declare that interest. So in doing the review and beginning to amalgamate these various things, I think it's going to be very important for us to be provided language to remind us that there are separate considerations between code of conduct, conflict of interest, and that one of them is squarely our responsibility and not the accountability officers. And it's our duty to know that act. I think the people responsible for that review were certainly listening, so I don't need to gum up the works with motions, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a little different than the previous speech. I actually am quite excited about the future and not worried about it, because I know that Dean Sawson's review has taken a look at what we've done or what we have and looked for ways to improve it. And I know that the City Manager's Office is looking at the structure that we've got and looking for ways to improve it in the future. The one thing that I can say about my experience with this Integrity Commissioner is that her work is very much future-focused. We had a lengthy council debate yesterday during this session about technology and taxis. And it's a good indicator of how fast our world is changing. And it's mentioned in a couple of places in the report before us, but this Integrity Commissioner is looking towards the future, is looking how, for instance, technology and communications of councillors is out there in the world and how we govern ourselves accordingly. So I think it's exciting to know that rather than being a reactive policing type of Integrity Commissioner that looks at the past behaviors of councillors, that she's out there thinking about the challenges that are coming ahead to us and looking proactively about creating structures and ways to function within that changing world. So my outlook very much is not of worry but of positive and delight that we are forever improving processes as we should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
That's a good check. Oh, thank you. Well done. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you agree with us that there should be like a set?
Okay. Yeah. All right, so our next item is at the top of the page, EX 11.13, Official Plan Amendment for Exhibition Place. Now, Councillor Grimes held the item down. Is Councillor Grimes around? Okay, so do we have any, let's start with questions to staff. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, if you can put your name up. Okay. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure who to direct this to. There are a couple of issues that I wanted to get some clarity on. First, in the motions from Executive Committee, there's language directing where an eventual report would go to the Planning and Growth Management Committee. Is it the case that we already have in place a set of policies about where planning reports go? I wonder if someone could, I see the deputy, oh, here we go.
Through the chair, that's correct. Planning reports that are deemed to have a citywide interest are funneled through the Planning and Growth Management Committee.
So we don't need to explicitly put language in here. In fact, it sort of creates a bit of a problem if we get in the habit of doing that. The system is you have a set of instructions about where they go, and then you send them to the appropriate place.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. There are two additional recommendations from the Executive Committee. One calling on us to do a planning exercise jointly with Ontario Place about the future of Exhibition Place lands, but the other asking for advice on a very specific matter about the length of leases. Is that roughly what's in front of us?
Through the chair, that's correct, in part because we have a policy in our official plan that recognizes that leases after a 20-year period represent a disposal of the asset, and for that reason an official plan amendment would be required for a lease extension.
Now, if you're following the advice in the second recommendation, which is to do the broad look, you would consider the issue of leases anyway. I mean, it would be, do we want to dispose of lands there? Do we want to give long-term leases? Those questions would arise in a planning review anyway, wouldn't they?
Through the chair, in the context of the official plan amendment, the objective would be to look at the land use designations and to look at policies that could be potentially integrated into an official plan amendment that would strengthen the interests of the city. Recognizing the issue with respect to the leases, our objective would be to ensure that the city's interests are represented through specific criteria in the official plan amendment in keeping with any recommendation around a lease extension.
The first recommendation, I'm just trying to put it in front of me here now, request the chief planner to determine the appropriate actions and conditions necessary to amend the official plan for buildings within the lands designated parks open space to permit leases in excess of 21 years. That's sort of prejudicial to your advice in that it asks you to say, how do you make these leases last longer? Would it be better if we didn't handcuff you and just let you, do the community consultation and the stakeholder consultation without giving you that explicit direction, and then you could bring us advice pro or con or neutral?
Through the chair, while the language may seem somewhat restrictive, it has always been our intention and quite frankly our obligation to recommend what is in the city's long-term interest. And if in fact we went through the official plan process and deemed that a continuation of the leases was not in keeping with the official plan policies or the intention of the official plan policies, we would have no hesitation to bring that recommendation back to City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. To the first to the city manager or the deputy city manager at Cluster A. A request was made the last term, and actually just in August 2014, to do a coordinated approach, to reach out to the province and have a coordinated approach to planning Ontario Place and Exhibition Place. What happened to that? It was a motion from the council in 2014.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can speak on behalf of the city manager in that he's asked me to assist in this matter. We have engaged the province, the ministry, and the ADM there. We have exchanged correspondence, and we're moving apace with a work plan to look at the Ontario Place, Exhibition Place relationship. and the ongoing master planning that's involved.
So the request from council was also that in the first quarter of this term, that a report come back about a joint planning process. Did that happen?
We are still working with the province to establish the appropriate terms of reference, scope, and scale of that exercise. And we've been a bit delayed, but there's been renewed efforts on our part with them to do that. So we'll be reporting back as soon as we can.
So essentially, we're already doing the recommendation or part of the recommendation that was put forward with engaging the provincial government because of a decision that came forward at the from last council.
Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Do you see a need for us to say it all over again?
Quite frankly, no. It would be simply to just reinforce our efforts. It would not have any practical effect because we are doing the work that's contemplated in the resolution.
So the unanimous motion that we passed last term
Correct.
is still being followed?
Yep.
I don't know who can answer this, but I'm going to look at that sort of table in general for the next line of questions, because the CFO may want to jump in. The city manager, I'd love to hear perspective of this. We enter into long-term leases on this site. We have several. They're entered into from an RFP process that outlines the length of the term and looks to several factors about how these heritage buildings are upkept and all of those things. What drawbacks would there be if in the middle of one of those terms we extended the lease well beyond the amount that was outlined in the RFP at the beginning of the process? If we sole source the extension when our RFP was quite clear in the term of the lease, where does that leave us?
So through you, Madam Speaker, most of our leases that we do enter into will have defined periods for extensions at either the city's discretion or the lessee's discretion, or even sometimes both. I think that's a little bit of a complex question. I think I would probably want to take some time and talk to legal about what would be the legal implications, if any, if a lease was extended beyond what the terms that were originally proposed. I don't think I'd be a little hesitant to give you an answer off the top of my head.
And if you could look into this, not only in the terms that were proposed, but the terms that were outlined in the RFP
Right, yes.
when there was a competitive bidding process.
Yes,
Okay,
I understand.
then perhaps, Mr. CFO, what are the drawbacks of doing a sole source lease extension for a decade with a tenant?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So one of the drawbacks with any sole source is, do you know if you're getting the best terms possible for that particular property? Hence why we have defined leases with defined periods, defined extensions, and then when you want to go beyond that, if it's for a short period of time, we do that a lot. There's holdovers. But if you're thinking of an extension for a long period of time, the one drawback would be is, do you know whether you're getting the best value for that particular property because you haven't opened it up to the market?
Now, would you agree that 10 years is a rather long period of time?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's been a request for a quorum call. Ring the bells. Quorum call.
Members, the voting panel is now open. Would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber?
Councillor Mihevc, please.
No. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Moser, when you're seated, please. Members, this is a roll call. Would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber?
Madam Speaker, quorum is present. There are 32 members in the chamber.
Councillor Davis?
Thank you. I know that this issue of the 20-year leases or those uses, leases in park space with leases that are longer than 20 years is broader than exhibition place, and that there are below market rent leases as well that are caught in this official plan conundrum, I guess. Have we got a comprehensive list of all of those properties affected?
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, do you mean affected just by a parks designation or a comprehensive list of all their leases and the lengths of those leases? We do have
a list of all of the leases that are affected by the fact that they did not have a site-specific exemption in the OP, which some have, like the Guild has a site-specific exemption, and there were those that were identified and captured at that time. There are many, we're discovering, in parks that have leases for buildings, different facilities. Can we get, I want to understand the scope of the problem, basically, because it seems as though we're dealing with them on a case-by-case basis. And I'm wondering about whether or not this will set a precedent. How does the disposal policy affect all of the others?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker.
Do we have an understanding of the scope of the problem? This is one very big and high-profile one, obviously, exhibition place, but there are many others.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we could generate a list that shows all our properties, the length of the lease period. We've actually done recently a sweep of those, found some that we need to come back, and we have been cleaning up a lot of that.
Because certainly the one or two that I'm familiar with, an official plan amendment is a costly exercise, and if it is a nonprofit organization in a below-market rent arrangement, we have got to find some solutions that are not onerous. So are we looking at those options?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would agree that it is odd to see that you need an OP plan amendment for a lease that extends a certain period of time, and that's something that we could look at.
If I could add, Madam Speaker, so this illustrates the type of work in context that we would have to do to evaluate the merits of both this and the implications on similar circumstances across the city. That's exactly the kind of work that we would undertake in conjunction with real estate and corporate services to just see what the implications of this kind of practice would be and what our policy would be on a go forward.
Okay, so you're doing a review and reporting on this, but the other ones are coming forward on a case-by-case basis. Is that correct?
Through the chair, you'll recall that last term of council, there was a similar request from the Grenadier Group in High Park for a lease extension such that capital investments could be made in the building, such as Sunnyside Pavilion, within the open space. What's critical to recognize here, this is an important policy because these are facilities that are in park and green space settings. And the risk to the city is around disposing of critical assets that are important public amenities. So the official plan policy is to protect in the long term an amenity that has a critical public value and role in the city's public infrastructure.
So why would we not amend the disposition policy as one of the options so that we could extend beyond 20 years if we should want to? I'm not saying we would want to in all cases.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the terms of the actual lease, and I missed the question, Council.
So if I could, I think I can answer it on Rob's behalf. So the disposition policy is clearly triggered and reflected in the official plan through the current policy, and we would be, with Rob and his staff, we would be reviewing the disposition policy to see whether or not better criteria could be applied to it and see what might be applicable for inclusion in the OP. Probably the criteria would be more detailed and more operational, and if there's some policy issues that we had to canvass, we would come back through the OP to reflect that kind of
But in the
work.
meantime, we're
That
bringing
was your
in...
last question, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Just following on the questions that we just heard, can someone help me understand the risks that a lease beyond 21 years poses to our assets and why it's being constructed that way in the disposition policy? Why would a lease of 25 years pose a problem that a lease of 21 years wouldn't? It seems in the report there's some examples of situations where we've granted longer leases because that was in the interest. Can someone help me understand that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So there are valid reasons why you would enter into very long-term leases. For example, if the person that was going to lease, or the company that was going to lease the properties, was making a significant capital investment, then the length of that lease term has to be long enough to be able to capture back and recoup those capital
Right,
investments.
I got the rationale on it, so I can see a proponent would like to have a longer term, but so why would it pose a risk to us that we would instantly block that through our policy?
No, I don't think you would, through you, Madam Speaker, instantly say no, but it's something that you would want to see what's the marketability of a particular property, and can you do better at the end of the lease to go out to the market again. I think each case, each lease really has to be looked on its own merits.
Well, and that's what I'm sort of getting at, is this report is telling me that our current official plan and the way that it's constructed and our disposition policy prohibits looking beyond 21 years. And if I understand, if I'm paraphrasing what's in the report, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is simply opening our policy a bit wider so that a lease proposal of more than 21 years would come to council for us to look at the business case.
So, Madam Speaker, let me take a step back. The 21-year or 20-year lease mirrors the Planning Act. So the Planning Act actually talks about leases beyond 20 years and requires certain things to be done, like consents or plans of subdivision, because it's anticipated that confers a sense of ownership in a greater sense than otherwise. So that's been the traditional Planning Act cutoff. Our policy mirrors that, and basically we've had a series of exemption requests over the years based on the kind of circumstances that Rob describes, which would be meritorious and would allow us to look at this. So we would, I think, in this exercise, try to codify what's happened, look at the circumstances that might be applicable for consideration for official plan amendments or changes, how that policy might be instituted, and trying to regularize this, and so it's a little less ad hoc than it currently is.
Okay, so I understand that allowing this to occur will unlock the potential for longer-term proposals to come to council. Can you describe to me the type of advice that council will get if a lease of 25, 30, or 50 years came along to ensure that it's in our interest, or in the public interest, I should say, that it's something we should consider and not have to rely on restrictions?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So there would be a number of things that we would look at in terms of the evaluation of how long a lease should be. As I said, is there a capital investment that needs to be recovered? What are our very long-term prospects for that use of that property? Would it ever be imaginable that we may need it? And as Peter's just saying, did we allow other bidders the opportunity to propose terms in excess of what was originally being contemplated? So I think there are a number of issues that you would need to look at.
So if we have a number of
And report
assets
back on.
in exhibition, it seems to me that it would be in the interest of the public to be able to consider leases that are longer than 21 years.
That could be. We do have leases out there that are longer.
Right.
Just to add, Madam Speaker, I think it has to be a very high test.
Of course.
So the reason that it's in the Parks and Open Space policy is so as not to appropriate public lands in perpetuity for private use. So it would have to be a compelling test. It would be a high test, and that's why the OP policy is what it is.
But ultimately, that test would be done in this council chamber, and it would take the will of council to grant a lease longer than 21 years, and we would receive good advice from our city staff and various departments to say, you've gone over that planning threshold, be absolutely certain that this is a good deal for the citizens of Toronto.
Correct. So what we've had is a policy that says not over 21 years, but we've done some exceptions on an ad hoc basis. What we're would look to do is provide some sort of policy guidance for the deliberations of council so it would be consistent, publicly known, public consultations could ensue, and people could expect a reasonable result out of that process.
Wonderful. And just to confirm, there are no lease extensions contemplated in this report. This is simply looking at the policy, and then we'll have to decide on a policy change later.
That was your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Did somebody want to answer that question? No?
So obviously, number one says that the chief planner would determine the appropriate action necessary to amend the official plan to permit leases in excess of 21 years. So it would require that kind of deliberation and coming back to this council to allow that to proceed.
Okay, before we go to the next questioner, I just want to acknowledge, it's my understanding that we do have students from Humber College that's in the council chambers. Welcome to City Hall. Councillor Campbell, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a legal question. What are examples of terms and conditions? Sorry, legal question. What are examples of terms and conditions in these leases that would enable the city to extricate itself from an agreement, if that was necessary?
It's usually commonly defaults of terms of the agreements that would be specifically set out. Generally, if there is default, there are provisions that the city would have to follow, or any landlord, to give notice, to give an opportunity to fix the default.
So aside from financial, what would be some examples of default?
Well, they're very specific to the actual lease because each one may be very different. I mean, there may be something to do with capital improvements to the property that aren't done. It might be, leaving the property in a state of disrepair. I'm just sort of throwing out hypotheticals. Most commonly, they are financial terms.
Has the city, in regard to Exhibition Place, has the city ever been in a position that you recall where it's had to play a heavy hand with leaseholders?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there have been issues from time to time, but I guess depends what a heavy hand is. But certainly, to the best of my knowledge, we've never taken any provisions to terminate any leases.
Thank you. That's it, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question, I guess, Councillor Perks asked our Chief Planner on number one. So you're comfortable with the wording in number one to our Chief Planner?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And today we're not approving any extensions to lease?
Through the chair, that's correct. This gives us direction to pursue, to do the due diligence with respect to an official plan amendment.
The latitude, everything you need there, so you're good with one?
Back. Correct.
So, Rob, there you talked about there's cases where there's more than 21 years. What was the last lease we just did at Exhibition Place, and how long was the term? The hotel, how long is that?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know what the term
99 years, does that ring a bell?
I honestly don't know. I'm sorry.
Maybe my CEO here now, what is the lease with the hotel?
It's 49 years with an option to renew for another 49.
And how about Medieval Times?
Medieval Times was done in 1993, and it's a 35-year lease.
Okay. So the three buildings we're talking in this area that we wanted to look at would be Liberty Grand, the Music Building, and Medieval Times, correct?
And possibly Gossip, which is in Van Chel Restaurant, but I'm not quite sure where that border is.
Would we look at really disposing of any of these properties?
Oh, no, Exhibition Place Board has the city has never contemplated any disposal.
How would you say the state of repair of the Liberty Building, the Music Building, Medieval Times, the state of good repair? How do you...
Well, again, the state of good repair when we handed over them was pretty poor because we hadn't had the capital investment in them, to the extent that all of those tenants had to put in millions of dollars to bring them up to a workable, functioning building.
Millions in our historic buildings?
Yes, they're all heritage buildings.
What does the city provide us at Exhibition Place for these buildings to have the state of good repair?
Well, right now, our capital budget's only in the $4 to $5 million, which really only goes to keeping our temporary leasing space, such as Enercare Centre and Allstream Centre and the Better Living Centre, all of those spaces that we license out on a daily, on a weekly basis to shows. We have to keep them in Class A space, else we're not competitive in the industry.
So it's safe to say we're not getting enough funding now, so we rely on these.
We don't have any funding for these buildings. We never did. That's what was the impetus of the board, to lease them out, not only to get more activity on the grounds, but to really offset these capital costs. The roofs were falling down, the floors were in dreadful shape. We couldn't afford to do it.
Right. So you agree with our chief planner, number one, the wording in number one, you're good with the wording in number one?
The wording in number one was what the wording was that was approved by the board.
Okay, and then back to Rob, who said, so there are cases where this could help the city if we did give them an extension in a lease.
As I said before, you really got to look at each case on a case by case.
But any case that we would look at would come before this council, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Going on to, I guess, 2B, and I'm going to ask this, I guess, of Mr. Livy. The request of Chief Planner, Executive Director of City Planning, consult with the Ontario Government to develop a joint planning process and public consultation in Corporate Ontario Place and the planning exercise. I know my friend Councillor Layton asked the question. This is not really redundant because we're already doing this. We've been doing this since I've got there, correct?
Madam Speaker, as I explained previously on questions, yes, we are doing this. It's redundant. We are underway with a planning study jointly with the Ontario government for Exhibition Place and Ontario Place, and we're well advanced on that in that effort.
So I'm just going to clarify this. I know, like my friend Councillor Layton, I moved this back in December 16, 2013. City Council requests the province of Ontario to enter into a formal cooperative venture with the city, a joint plan to revise Ontario Place and Exhibition Place lands. The report came back on August the 6th, where it goes on to say the report seeks council authority to the city manager, the deputy city manager, collaborating work with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport in the joint planning process and public consultation, the revitalization of Ontario Place and Exhibition Place. So we're covered off.
Correct, Madam Speaker.
And it goes on, there's more reports. So we already are well on our way with talks with our partner across the way. And again, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Livy, number one, you're comfortable with the wording there that's before us? In recommendation number one?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am.
And if I revise number 2B, I know you helped me with the wording on that, to just kind of say to run concurrently with the process that you are undertaking with staff in the province, you'd be supportive of that, the wording you gave me?
That would simply reinforce the work that we're doing.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, can you help me to understand the long-term nature of leases within the context of the city globally, not specifically as it relates to Exhibition Place? I understand that there is a lease with a public or private company, which would be somewhat similar to what we actually have at Exhibition Place with the Roundhouse properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me the length of time that that lease is in effect for, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Can I tell you 60 years?
It is a long one.
All right. So is it unusual then for the city to enter into leases that are long-term?
No, as I said before, we have short-term leases and we have some very, very long leases as well.
So we have a process in place that allows us to reflect and or to determine whether or not we engage or enter into those leases. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
This is part of that process that's in front of this council today as it relates to the properties at Exhibition Place?
It would be.
Right. And so this is not an unusual, this is not a secretive process. This is a process that council has actually put in place to deal with legally, dutifully, and adhering to our responsibility in terms of how we lease our lands and how we engage with the private sector?
That's my understanding, yes.
So there's nothing nefarious, there's nothing untoward that's actually taking place?
I certainly hope not, no.
Okay, but I just want to make sure. So it is part of the process where one or two councillors or three or however many would say, well, I don't like that, so we can go through a voting process, which is what we're actually doing here today?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we often, in fact, as a matter of course, consult with local councillors in the disposition of all surplus property.
Sure. So I draw your attention now, and I think some questions have been asked. Were you here in 1999, 2000, or prior to those dates, where some of those buildings were in such drastic states that, in fact, I guess if they were to continue, we would probably have had to tear them down? Were you here at the start of the process?
No, I've only been here 3 years.
Thank you. And so if I could then suggest to you that I would like to ask the question that you are the deputy city manager, chief financial officer of the city. Do we have resources that are available that we can utilize to maintain and upkeep many of these buildings at this time?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I mean, we've said many times on record that we do not have enough money in the budget, and we are lagging behind on our state of good repair, in particular for facilities.
So is this, in your opinion, a way for the city to have healthy buildings that are maintained, that our lease is part of a process that is something that we actually regulate? Is this good for the city?
It is, through you, Madam Speaker, it's certainly one way to ensure that buildings are kept in a good state of repair by leasing and then having the lessee make those investments as part of the conditions of the lease.
So then can I ask you, my next question's around a matter of confidence, particularly as it relates to business confidence and interface and relationship with the city. Would you agree with me if I were to ask the question, which is, a company who invests in one of our buildings would want to obviously generate a return to help them in terms of that investment that they've made. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. The length of a lease would be directly linked to the amount of capital investment we are requiring the lessee to do.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so this could, in fact, be part of that desire in order to ensure that in the city's interest, an investment that's being made and a return on a business interest, which would be, I think, in our best interest to ensure that that occurs. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. The length of a lease has to be long enough for the company to be able to get its capital recoveries out of it.
And so my final question to you, sir, from a perspective of market, below market rent and so on, are there any preferential treatment or position that the city is actually being suggested for these types of lease? It would be simply be market lease, would be fair market values that we would generate for the rents?
For these ones, yes, that's my understanding.
And just to supplement that question, these facilities are being utilized, have a city benefit as it relates to making the city a great place to come, to see shows, to be entertained. Would that be correct?
Sure. I mean, all the activities that happen at Exhibition Place serve a city function.
And there's a cultural component which we would all want to support?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is directed to the Chief Planner, and it focuses on recommendation number 2, which invites a report by her back to Council within, I guess, the next few months. Now, in consulting with various organizations to come up with an official plan for Exhibition Place, what consideration will you have for the Canadian National Exhibition?
Through the chair, the CNE is identified as a critical and important stakeholder, and as such, they would be integrated into our planning process for the official plan amendment. We fully expect, given the complexity of the various users and the tremendous amount of interest in this, that there will be some kind of a working group that we will establish with key stakeholder groups to ensure that they are fully abreast of the process and fully integrated into the process, and their interests are represented as we advance.
I sit on the CNEA board in the sense that I have, and I'm just speaking personally, is that the CNE, this iconic fair that we hold every summer, is losing space on which to hold the fair as time goes by. Do you have that sense as well?
Through the chair, in the context of the official plan review, it will give us an opportunity to look at all of the various users. The tenants at Exhibition Place, of course, is the purview of the management of the exhibition board.
Will there be, in your report, any look at putting the use of Ontario Place and Exhibition Place together, or is that another policy consideration for another day?
Through the chair, we will not be looking at in the official plan amendment at governance issues. We will be looking at land use and land use planning. Those will be the drivers for the official plan amendment. However, invariably, when we go through these exercises and we speak to a variety of stakeholders, issues do arise around issues that are beyond the purview of an official plan amendment. In the event that that is the case, we will document those issues, but they will not be within the scope of the official plan amendment.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, I'd like to ask my next question to the CEO of Exhibition Place. And it's basically the question that I asked of the chief planner. The CNE, I think, is beginning over time to lose more and more space over which it can offer the fair. Would you agree with that?
I guess I would take the position that what has happened at Exhibition Place has not been detrimental at all to the CNE. And and again, the CNE has their own opinion. So this is just my opinion, and it's because the CNE has been with the expansion of the buildings, like the Enercare Center and Allstream Center. They have a lot more indoor space, and a lot of their fare actually is involved in indoor spaces. These three buildings obviously had no effect much on the CNE because they didn't use them. What may be lost at the CNE that probably, yes, I think that what they've lost is parking space. That has been the case because the hotel is sitting where a parking lot used to be. But again, for every activity that we have, such as BMO Field, what it brings to the CNE is to be able to have TFC games. So instead of looking to a different crowd, they get 30,000 people that come to a TFC game and then spread out to the fair and use their buildings and buy their food and etc. So there's a lot of development of Exhibition Place that have been positive on some side. They may have lost parking spaces because of it, but certainly the activity has been of benefit to the fair.
Would it be fair to say that the vitality of the CNE is one of your prime considerations in going through this exercise with the chief planner?
The CNE is.
Question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The CNE is the largest event on the grounds and has, pays us really the most rent. So, and it has been on the grounds for over 130 years. So yes, it's always important, as is all of our other major tenants like the Home Show, etc.
Thank you. Before we continue, I would just like to welcome the grade 12 students from Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute. The group is visiting City Hall to learn about their local government, and the school is located in Ward 16, Eglinton, Lawrence, and their local counselor is Counselor Christian Carmichael Grett. Oh, wow. The group leader is Yodi Kona. Welcome. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to understand a little better about this long-term lease. Say, Company A has a lease of 35 years of one particular building, for example, medieval, whatever. And I get the lease from the city 35 years. Do I have a right to sublease, like 10 years for this company, after another 10 years, another company, so that I could have more revenue? The company has that kind of room, and if they can make way more money, city get the share of that the revenue.
So the lease for the Medieval Times was done in 1993 under the Metro government. At that point, there was not the official plan was not in place, and so there was no limitation on lease of these lands. One of the projects that Medieval Times, the building had to do was to, if you've ever been to Medieval Times, there's a large arena that's attached to it, and that was a new build. So they actually had to build at least 50% of the building to operate that facility. And I think that, I wasn't around then, so I don't know, but I think that was probably part of the negotiations for the long-term lease.
It's part of a negotiation.
I think it was probably because of I think I would say that 35-year lease was related to the expenditure that had to be made to actually open the doors.
Okay, another question, say I got the 35 years lease, I made a $5 million investment, but I don't make enough money, so instead of using, say, 50,000 square feet, I could use 30,000 square feet for the medieval times, but 20,000 I could use for other purpose, and city allowed that kind of thing, so it's fair for both sides, city and the leaser.
No, all our leases, all of the tenants have only very specific uses stated in their lease. So they are not allowed to use the premises for anything but the uses stated in their lease. So for Medieval Times, it's a dinner theater. That's all they can use it for, a dinner theater.
I see. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes, you held the item down to speak.
Speak last if I can, Madam Speaker.
No, sorry, you can't,
I
Councillor.
can't, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment that City Council delete Executive Committee Recommendation 2B and replace it with request the City Manager in consultation with the Chief Planner, Executive Director of City Planning to continue the joint planning process currently underway, including public consultation with the Province of Ontario for Exhibition Place in Ontario Place. Since I became the chair back in 2000, I think it was 6, we've had many strategic plans. We've had plans under leadership of Diane Young, and we have citizens on this board, and it's a really misunderstood the grounds. People think there's not a lot going on there, but there's many competing interests going on there, and there are. One of the sites that came up was where the Raptor practice facility is going. One of the sites that came up where the hotel is now going. So before my time was Deputy Mayor Pantaloni was the chair before me. So there's many things happening there, and as my friend Councillor Kelly says, the CNE feels they're being squeezed, but and so do our other tenants. So we have parking issues as they diminish. We have the CNE, which is our most historic tenant and very important tenant historically. You've got the Honda that takes place there, the Royal Winter Fair, the boat show. These are all important. We need those trailers to come in, get out, back house for the CNE, and it blows me away how many of my colleagues at this ring still call it the CNE. It is Exhibition Place. We have an identity problem. It's Exhibition Place, and I invite any councillor that would like to come down. I'm sure me and Diane would love to get you in a golf cart and show you all the things that are happening down there and understand. Again, we are begging and boring to get money for these historic buildings, and there's no way I would support selling any of those buildings in question today, but they are in bad repair. I was in the music building where there was a meter of water in the basement. They're falling apart, and we don't have the funds to do it. So we're not approving any leases here today. What we're doing is having the opportunity to bring those forward. This will be approved by council if anything does come here. And again, I've been banging the drum since I got there. This is the most unbelievable piece of real estate in the city, and I think in North America on any waterfront. And with our property, which we are way ahead, I think, of Ontario Place now with the planning process they're going through, but my first action as chair is to find some midterm, short-term, long-term goals with Ontario Place. The talks have been slow. I worked with Mayor Tory when he was doing the work for the province for McGuinty at the time, Premier McGuinty. But we're talking to them. I think there's some good things coming down. I had the Minister Cote, out for a tour just 2 months ago, and I think they should be planned together. They should work. If it's not, I don't think we should merge them together, but they should be planned together. We have the transit at our back door, all the things that they're trying to do on their side. We still don't know what exactly they're doing, but we talked about having a land bridge go across Lakeshore that would join. The other thing, Councillor Layton and Councillor Layton's ward and Councillor Perks, we've got Liberty Village, a brand new emerged community that, how do we get them more access down to the waterfront? So those talks are kind of on the edge of being moved forward. But again, I support this. I'd ask you to support recommendation number 1. The Chief Planner supports it. Our Deputy City Manager supports it. Our CO supports it. And just please support my recommendation B, which this has been going on for since I've got there. So with those, I ask you to support the recommendation that came from Executive with my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you do have a question. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Kelly?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, could you explain the difference between your amendment and 2B as originally proposed?
Well, 2B says, request the Chief Planner, Executive Director of City Planning to consult the Ontario Government to vote a joint planning process. That's well underway. So this is already ongoing. Our new city manager has picked up the ball on this, from my understanding, but our former city manager had talks well on the way, and I'm sure Peter's very versed up at the Queen's Park, and those talks are ongoing. So I'm asking, it's kind of redundant. We really don't have to be, you heard Mr. Livy say that, but we'll put it back in, but just make sure it runs concurrent with the process underway now.
So it's basically a clarification, is that correct?
Right. It's just, we have a process already going. A lot of people don't understand that is going on, but it's been going on since I've been there, and I'm hoping some good news will be coming down the pipe shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, and it's essentially to revise the Executive Committee recommendation 2A to delete the Planning and Growth Committee and replace with appropriate committee, as well as add the words "and to include details of a public consultation strategy" in the report. I'll speak to this first and then go into my comments. First, we heard from the Chief Planner it's probably likely to go to the Planning and Growth Committee, but this is a change that they would prefer to see, just so that it is at the discretion of the Chief Planner to what committee it goes. And I'm acknowledging that probably the likely place is the Planning and Growth Committee. And then finally, as with official plan amendments in our own wards, with planning applications in our own wards, it's pretty typical of the local councillor to strike a community liaison committee of one form or fashion to bring the parties together. In this particular case, there are lots of different parties at play. There are the local resident associations and BIAs, there are permanent tenants on the site, and there are large events that are hosted there. I chair the Community Liaison Committee for Exhibition Place. Be happy to bring some of those same skills and networks to this process, but because this is not a local-based forum where my office would have the latitude to form a committee and have influence on the outcome, I'm hoping that the Chief Planner will outline what that public consultation strategy is. So those two changes. I'm fine with the change proposed by Councillor Grimes in 2A. I figure it's 6 in one, half dozen the other. We did, through a member's motion that I put forward, actually, and seconded by Councillor Grimes in 2013, request the province do this. Sadly, not much has happened in this regard, or at least not much that councillors are privy to. And while Ontario Place moves forward in their own direction, Exhibition Place is moving forward in its direction for its own livelihood. That's sad that we're not coordinating these two great resources. We've got a great space down there. I hate it when people go and say those parking lots are always empty. They're not. They're not. Just ask people that are trying to go down to a trade show down there. You get stuck in traffic trying to get out. And it's repeated trade shows. The fact is there's load-in time and load-out time on the shoulder of every trade show, which means, yes, some of the time there's going to be just large trucks going in and out of the buildings, and you're not going to have the huge crowds there. But we need a facility like this in the City of Toronto. It has great transit connectivity with the end of 2 streetcar lines, as well as a GO train stop. We can make this really be something special down there, but it needs this coordinated approach, and we need to bring Ontario Place into the mix. Just on these particular motions, I will not be supporting motion 1, and I'm going to tell you why. This has been a lightning rod of an issue down at Exhibition Place. It's a small board made up of a handful of councillors and a handful of hand-picked members of the public that are making decisions down there. Repeatedly, they have made decisions that are against city policy. This notion of the extension of the lease without an OP amendment. The changing parameters around what events we can host down there. All against city property, all of which to the benefit of one tenant. Most of which was to the objection of some of the other tenants. But most importantly, they were against city policy. I think it is absurd for us to look at extending lease or leases until we get a better handle of what we want to do on the site. Because what happens when a 10-year extension to a 20-year lease brings us to 2035? We're not going to be able to get to do anything there. And we've tried looking at the parameters in some of these leases. You know how hard they are to break? You know how expensive they are to break? It's ridiculous that we would contemplate that before we have a better plan for the area. Furthermore, the argument to sole source a decade-long continuation onto an existing 2-decade-long lease is ridiculous. You know what it is? It's, well, we wouldn't recoup our investment from fixing the roof. There's always going to be a leaky roof. There's always going to be leaky pipes that need to be fixed. And there will always be tenants coming back saying, well, we're not going to make that investment in that building because our lease is up in 5 years and we don't want to do that pay. We'll just patch it rather than fix the whole thing. The problem therein lies that we will not ever get out of this circle of continuously reinforcing this sole sourcing back to the same people. And yes, we have 50-year leases. We have 35-year leases. But we work that out in the parameters at the beginning of the lease. It also, as my colleague Councillor Perks pointed out, it was in parks. It wasn't in the parks designation. We need a coordinated approach to this site, and we shouldn't be jumping the gun on this sole source extension to the contract on what essentially drove this to executive committee.
Thank you. Yeah, just a sec, through the chair. Councillor Layton, Councillor Moser has a question for you. 3 minutes. Councillor Moser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You say you're not going to vote for 1, is that correct?
Yes.
When I read it, it seems like common sense to do this. And you're saying by you not supporting this that you're going to have an impact on the leases. Wouldn't you want to do that as part of the overall review rather than, to me, I don't see anything wrong with it, but again, I know you're dealing with it all the time. So I don't understand the opposition.
The origins to recommendation 1 are rather problematic. They are to extend.
Okay, just 1 sec, please. We have a point of order.
By the councillor is not clarification of the motion, it's clarification of the councillor's position on part 1 of the staff of the committee recommendation.
Oh, yeah. Ask Gord. He's going to move a motion on it.
Councillor Moser? Clarification of his motion.
Yeah, in principle, he mentioned it during his speech.
Yeah, but the question is on clarification of his motion.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway.
You're right.
Okay. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. As Councillor Layton told you, I'm moving to delete the first recommendation, which is the direction to the Chief Planner to look for appropriate actions and conditions to amend the OP within the land's designated park to permit leases in excess of 21 years. I want to just explain why I think this is important to do. Yes, on exhibition place grounds, there are leases that run longer than 20 years. The chair of Exhibition Place, Councillor Grimes, pointed out the hotel in medieval times. They are not in the parkland designated section of the grounds. They're in a regeneration area. It's very important to remember that the buildings that are within the parkland designated area do not have leases for 20 years. As the Deputy City Manager pointed out, that's a provincial requirement that we mirror in our official plan. And the reason for that is that you don't want effectively to dispose of buildings within parkland that should be available to the public for public use. We should also remember why this item is even in front of us. The Board of Governors of Exhibition Place voted to extend the lease of the music nightclub from 20 years to 30. And through a complicated process, we've wound up here today having to think about that. You will recall that in answers to questions from Councillor Holyday, staff said, yes, sometimes you want to look at longer leases so a business can figure out whether it's worthwhile to make the investment and spread it over a number of years. And the operator of Music Nightclub did exactly that. He developed a business case, went to Exhibition Place, I'm going to say 12 years ago, no, more than that, maybe 14 years ago, and entered into a negotiation so that he would make the investments and pay them off over 20 years. Well, now he's getting nearer the end, and he wants to make some additional investments. And he wants to change his business case and change what he does on that site. We should be going back to the marketplace, all the other people who have restrictions on their leases about what they can do at Exhibition Place should be given fair opportunity to say, wait a minute, that's moving into my business area, or I could do that 10-year program for cheaper. When a lease starts to get to the end, the incentive for the guy to put the money back in starts to run out. And it is bad public policy to turn it over without a competitive process. It also sets up an incentive for the company holding the lease not to continue to invest as they get towards the end, because they figure, I'll just get the city to roll it over. So there's a very important public principle here. It's also worth remembering that this particular business has come to Exhibition Place and council before. They wanted to change their conditions of what some of the other lessees had in terms of having live music events, because they wanted to get exclusive use. And we had 3 council debates on it, because this one operator wanted to change the rules for everyone else. There's a very good public policy reason why we constrain those leases and don't get into this kind of a mess. As Councillor Layton pointed out, there's been a single operator who keeps pushing the boundaries and pushing the boundaries and pushing the boundaries. An operator who, by the way, you should know, causes endless problems in the community. This is the same operator who has had shootings in and around his operation for both of the last 2 summers, one of them resulting in a death. This is the same operator that we have found to have numerous complaints about sexual assault, violations of their liquor license, the same operator that this council supported a motion to remove their liquor license for. Unfortunately, the AGCO didn't see it our way. We cannot have backdoor applications coming to us like this. The process needs to be transparent, it needs to be fair to all the operators, and it has to protect the official plan policy of saying on parkland, not in regeneration areas, on parkland, we don't give long-term leases that effectively exclude the public from having access to those public assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
So your amendment deletes recommendation 1.
That's correct.
Because that recommendation would automatically permit leases in excess of 21 years for...
No, my concern is if you read recommendation 1, it
Yes.
directs the planner
Yes.
to determine appropriate actions and conditions to amend the OP.
Right.
In other words, it's a direction to go ahead and figure out how to do it, how to extend those
Right.
leases.
Okay.
I would rather that the planner took a look at all the different and competing uses down there and came to her own judgment about whether or not it's even a good thing to consider extending those leases.
Okay.
This gives her this handcuffs, I think, in some way the options available to the chief planner. If in her judgment the best use of this public space is to have limited leases only, as is in the Planning Act, she should be free to make that judgment without a direction from council to the contrary.
Okay, I understand that now. And this was confusing to me because it looked as though there was a City of Toronto report, EX 11.13, that came from the planner, but it did not come from planning. This came directly from Exhibition Place. Is that right?
Okay,
That's
Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion,
I am
please.
trying to clarify a motion. This motion
Actually,
came from
Speaker-
Exhibition Place.
Speaker, the reason
That's what I want to make
The reason I
clear.
am moving to delete it has to do with the origins and purpose of it. So I'd like an opportunity to answer the councillor's question.
You answered.
No, I asked, maybe I will rephrase it. Where did this motion come from? Did it come from planning or did it come from the Exhibition Place? That's what I want to know.
Right, and it's important to note, as the deputy city manager said, we already have given direction to the planning staff to undertake a planning exercise. There was no reason for this
Okay.
item to be in front of us
Now I
until the
understand.
Board of Governors of Exhibition Place tried to find a way to extend the lease of a particular tenant.
Okay, and
this
so
does not
that
originate with
direction
planning.
from council or that direction that the planning division is undertaking was happening anyway, and the reason your motion, now I understand, the reason for your motion is to actually remove this recommendation that came from Exhibition Place and to follow the city direction that was already underway. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moser, clarification of the motion, please.
Councillor Perks, you don't think that the process is vigorous enough that we're just renewing these leases as they come up? It's an easier route to go. You think we should be more vigorous when we review the leases?
Absolutely, Councillor. I think that we should use the rules that exist right now, which would require an official plan amendment in order to give a lease beyond 21 years. I don't think we should be directing the chief planner to come up with a way around that rule, which is effectively what recommendation 1 would do, and that's why I want it deleted.
Official plan amendment usually take up to a year, 14 months. So if there's a 30-year lease and it's coming up, this process should start at least a year and a half before the lease comes up.
So if the lease were naturally expiring and Exhibition Place wanted to find a new tenant or allow the current tenant to bid against other competitive bidders in the marketplace, there's no reason for there to be an official plan amendment. It would be a new lease. The only reason that we even have this language in front of us is the Exhibition Board is trying to override official plan policy and get an extension beyond the 20 years that we have written in there. I think that's wrong, and that's why I want it deleted.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
I just want to be clear in this deletion. It's not unusual if there are circumstances for a leaseholder to stay put with their renewal pending some process. You're not trying to evict the tenants that the board is concerned about, are you?
No, I'm not moving to do anything to anybody. I'm simply saying let's adhere to the existing official plan policy and let's let the chief planner and the public and all the stakeholders with whom she will consult look at how we want to govern Exhibition Place lands from a planning point of view going forward. Let's not handcuff her by giving her a direction that she has to figure out how to get around the current 20-year limit.
Right, so similar to, well, actions as often happen in both public sector bodies, whether it be the city or school boards or whatever, a lease could come due, and you find, well, we're in the middle of a process that may determine different wishes for the public sector body, but we don't know. So stay in situ, pay your current lease rates. We're not going to impose any increase or anything. Just stay in situ, and we'll get back to you after a process, and we'll sign a retroactive lease then. Is that what you're talking about by deleting this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell, question?
Thank you. Councillor, in your supposition, you indicated that there are leases in excess of 21 years in the regeneration areas, but not in the parkland area.
There may be one. I would have to check
in
the parkland area, but the very long-term lease, so for example, the hotel, which was mentioned, is not in the parkland area.
In any case,
it shouldn't be in your mind as you consider what we're doing here.
In any case, what material difference is there between the so-called parkland and the regeneration area?
There's a huge world of difference in terms of what you're able to do,
No, I mean,
what the public uses of them are for, what our goals as a city for.
Not what you're able to do.
Pardon me?
Not what you're able to do. In what material difference is there between those two areas on the site?
There are very big differences. The main area that you and I think of as the old X grounds, pretty much exclusively is the park area. There is an area way to the south where the hotel is, where, frankly, the only thing that's ever happened there has been parking for events. So it's not what we think of as the place where the public goes and enjoys a bunch of different venues, where there are trade shows, where the X happens. They're very different in terms of how they're used right now and what their function is for the members of the public.
So we don't have a map. Where does the rejuvenation area
I would
start?
have to pull out a map. It's a funny piece of land, and the line isn't a simple line.
So you would say it's indiscernible in terms of the difference?
No, I
between the
wouldn't say
park-
it's indiscernible. I would say I don't have a map that I can show you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank
3
you,
minutes.
Speaker. Through you to my colleague, I appreciate that you're coming to this and you're bringing a motion forward. However, in your presentation, I'm trying to understand, you presented an operator down there, you kept going about the operator and kept going about the operator, and I'm just wondering, what does your presentation of the operator have to do with your motion?
There are, the principal reason is that if you were listening to the questions Councillor Davis asked me and my answers, the origin, the reason this item got onto Executive Places Committee, the Executive Committee, was not that the city staff felt that we needed to deal with this. It's that the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place, and you know this because you're a member, brought a request for a lease extension to the city. And it was for that particular operator. And that's why I think it's important that members of council understand that context.
I thank you for your clarification. However, I don't believe that we need to badger an operator on our site and a tenant. And
I was never my intent to badger an operator. I'm explaining to members of council the context and why extending a lease for a particular operator is a piece of bad public policy in this instance.
Is there no other operators that are looking to extend their leases?
There may be. I'm pretty certain that if we do it for one operator down there, we're going to have a whole flood of people saying, hey, wait a minute, if I can get a longer lease without having to go through a proper tendering process, and I can change my business case, and I can change the terms and conditions of the lease to my favor whenever I can get a friendly hearing at the Board of Governors, even if it violates the official plan, yeah, we'll see a whole lot more of them.
If Moosdik was not in that particular predicament, would it have made any difference to you in bringing this motion forward?
if music, no, I want to adhere to the public principle that these lands, since they are parklands, they're meant to be free and open and enjoyed by all members of the public, should not have long-term leases that exclude the public from enjoying the grounds and having control over the use of those lands.
If it was Liberty Grand that was in here with us today and bringing this motion forward, what would you have said about them?
I'd take
Okay.
exactly the same position.
Okay, that's
Thank
not clarification of the motion, please. Councillor Bala.
Councillor Perks, I think we share a lot of the same concerns, and I was carefully listening when we did this at executive, and we were told that Part 1 and Part 2 should be meeting at the same time, because there was that question about timing, and we were told by staff that the overall approach to Exhibition Place should actually come to us at the same time of number 1, which is the possibility of having leases in excess of 21 years. So if these comes to us at the same time, wouldn't you agree that giving the opportunity to the Exhibition Place to look into, open the doors to operators that might be 21, or business case that might be 21, that might be 25, is actually a good idea?
So two thoughts on that. The first is, I want to read the language very carefully. It's not about the possibility. It says explicitly, request the chief planner to determine the appropriate actions and conditions necessary to amend the official plan for buildings within the land's designated park open space. It doesn't say make up your mind whether you think you should. It says tell us how.
Yeah, and then
Okay?
it is up to the business case.
That's the first point. It's not about the possibility. It's a direction to tell us how. The second thing that I would say is, when we are doing the overall official plan review for the exhibition lands and the Ontario Place lands, any member of the public, including current leaseholders, as part of the consultation can go and say, I think you should allow longer leases. Other members of the public or other leaseholders or the X might say, I don't think you should extend leases, and we would have a public conversation about what's in the public interest.
I agree with
so
you.
So that's
but
entirely possible to
Okay,
do
can I have
without
a-
passing motion 1.
But it's also entirely possible to say, yes, you can have leases of 40 years, and then we as a council and the board decide that we're only going to do a lease of 20 years,
Right.
depending on the business case that we have in front of us at that time. What this will allow us to do is that at the same time, once we have a vision of where we're going, and I agree with you, the public consultation, we need a vision, but we won't have to wait another 6 months if we have a business case, whatever the operator here is. I don't think we need to talk about the operator, but it's about, if we have a good business case, something that we all love in here, and it ends up being 30 years, that it makes sense for them, we don't have to wait for another official plan amendment, another few months. We are ready to go.
Maybe I can clarify so you understand.
Do you agree?
No, what I'm trying to say is something different. Because we have a direction to the chief planner to review the official plan for the parkland down there, she can report back to us without motion 1 passing. We don't need that if she thinks that it's in the public interest to allow longer leases. So you don't lose any time. However, there may be people who say, no, I don't want that. I don't want an extension of leases beyond 20 years, and it should be up to the chief planner to determine that without motion 1 handcuffing her.
Okay, that was your last question.
It tells her to do a certain thing.
Councillor Cho?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to understanding your rationale to delete the recommendation number 1. You said earlier, Councillor Perk, if the source of a motion is from chief planner, it's okay, but because the motion is from the Board of Governors, I don't understand. If the content's the same, why does it matter whether the source from the governor or whether the planner?
Right. What's an easy way to do this? I think that the cart and the horse are reversed here. City Council determines what the overall use of Exhibition Place lands are through the official plan. We then appoint a board of governors, which is a mix of councillors and citizens, to manage it within those rules. Okay? If the chief planner had said to herself, you know, what we really need at Exhibition Place grounds are longer-term leases, she would have written a report and told us that. And we, as the people who determine what that land is for, would have taken that advice and directed the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place to go find longer-term leases. But in this case, that's not what happened. The Board of Governors of Exhibition Place have come to us with something that is against the existing official plan policy, that violates both the official plan and, frankly, the parameters set out in the Planning Act for how parklands should be used. We should not take that. We should instead let the planner decide on her own, without a direction from Exhibition Place through this council, whether it's a good idea to have longer-term leases or not.
But still, with the recommendation number 1, our chief planner could do the same job, is it not?
No, I'm sorry, I disagree with you there. I want to read the words again. It requests the chief planner to determine the appropriate actions and conditions necessary to amend the official plan. It doesn't say tell us whether you think amending the official plan is a good idea. It tells her go figure out how to amend the official plan to accomplish this end. I don't think that's a good way to determine public policy in this instance. I think she should go out, consult with all the stakeholders, including the public, and ask, what do you think should be in the official plan here? And that we shouldn't be handcuffing her before that process takes place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Perks, you're aware that this kind of request came from the Board of Governors Exhibition, but you mentioned it's citizens and it's councillors. This request came from the board.
Yes, I'm aware of that. And
So are you discounting the board's request to find out this information?
Pardon me?
Are you discounting their request for this information to come forward? They're asking how we would do this. So are you disagreeing with the Board of Exhibition Place?
In this instance, yes, I am.
Okay, but so we are asking, do you think it's up to the good work our citizens put in? We have a good board there, it's a good mix, so we've asked for this information. Councillor Layton and I went to staff and they said, this is the way we have to do it, so you just disagree with that?
I disagree with it. And, I sat on the board for 8 years myself. I'm well aware of all of the competing interests there, that some businesses are looking at their business model and saying, even though I bid under these terms and conditions, I've changed my mind. I want you just to give me new terms. I want you to extend my lease. I know those pressures exist. But the decision-making body about how those lands are used is not the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place. It is this council.
And you'll have that opportunity if we did decide to do something, correct?
That's right, and that's why I want to make sure
why
there's
would
a
you not
good,
let the
fair
Board of Governors
public
do
process.
their work?
I'm trying to answer your question,
Why would you
sir.
discount the Board of
I'm trying to
Governors
answer your question.
and let them get their information?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Councillor
That's
Perks.
why I want to
I'm
make
asking a
sure.
question. And
Yes,
why
I
are we
know.
discounting the Board of Governors? They're the agent of this board, of this council. Why are you discounting the will of that board? That you said they're in charge of running that on behalf of this council. Why not give them the opportunity? It will come here. If there's any extension of the lease will come here, you'll have the opportunity then. But why what it comes down to, you just disagree with the decision of the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place, correct?
No, that's not what it comes down to at all.
So why not give them this information that's requested?
Because we have a whole variety of boards and agencies that serve the City of Toronto. For each and every one of them, we set out parameters. These are the decisions you're allowed to make. This is what you're in charge of, right? In this instance, we have an official plan policy that this council determines that your board operates under. And what I am saying...
In your board.
I'm no longer on the board.
But
you might
it's
recall...
our board. They're our
in fact, I think you voted against me being on the board.
No, I didn't.
Actually, yeah, we can check that record.
No, I didn't.
But in any event...
I kind of miss you, actually.
I miss you too, Mark. It's been...
Want a hug?
But
what it comes down, Councillor,
why don't at midterm you vote to put me back
the
on?
board's
and we can have
request
a
of
debate
planning
there?
to get this information.
That would work.
That's what it comes down to.
Wow. Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of the Executive Committee's recommendations in this case, and I would urge you not to support Councillor Perk's amendment. That basically overturns the recommendations. I want to say that Councillor Perk raised a very important point. He raised a point about the incremental extension of leases. He's very correct in that, but he's very correct in a procurement issue, not necessarily a land use issue. And those are two very distinct and separate things. Just as is distinct the discussion of a lease extension of a particular operator contained in this report is different from the land use discussion that we have before us and the policy of lease extensions. I am extremely sensitive of the issue of leasing out public space for a private operator. But what we're not discussing today is fencing off a section of a park and creating a track or a bicycle area or anything else and putting it in the hands of somebody else and excluding it. We're talking about a collection of historical buildings in a very unique site. And we've heard it already. The exhibition is a very, very unique site. And Councillor Perks said it's a funny piece of land, and the lines are hard to describe right there. I think it's in the public interest to have a look at this from a planning perspective and realize that Exhibition Place has changed dramatically over the last 10, 20 years. There's a stadium there. There's a basketball facility. There's a hotel. Why would we not want to go and have a second look at it right now and figure out what's in the best interest of the public? It strikes me as odd that we're handcuffed with an imperfect policy right now that if a really good proposal comes along to sustain one of these buildings, they have to go through an official plan amendment, which is administrative and onerous and may scare away a proponent. Why not have a chance to look at that policy to find out, and we heard it in the questions, perhaps it is in our interest to consider these longer-term leases. And I would urge Council to approve this. We're not approving a longer-term lease. We're just looking at the policy that we have right now. And ultimately, those business cases will come back to Council, and if we don't like it, we'll send it packing. But if it is a proposal that makes sense, at least the journey here becomes one that a proponent can actually traverse without the worry about an official plan amendment. I hope you consider that. I hope you look at what's before us, the motions very, very carefully because they're confusing. But essentially, the Executive Committee's recommendation has it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when you look at this part of Toronto, what comes into play is the desire by the city not to alienate parkland from public use. And in order to protect the public interest with buildings placed on a park or in a park, there's a ceiling on the length of time you can lease that property. So for parks that have buildings on them, the maximum time for a lease, Speaker, is 20 years. But let me ask you, Speaker, and let me ask through you my colleagues on this council and perhaps people in the audience, does Exhibition Place look like a park? Is it used like a park? It's not. It's not. And so what you have to do, Speaker, is to look closely at the official plan that designates Exhibition Place as parkland open space. And Speaker, I choose to look at Exhibition Place through the lens of open space. That makes it a very unique piece of property, and I think Councillor Holyday alluded to that in his remarks. So, you have open space with very large, expensive buildings. You have millions of people going down there for their entertainment. And so how do you generate the funds that keeps those buildings in good repair, promotes the building of the erection of buildings that speaks further to the or addresses the appetite of Torontonians and visitors? How do you treat this as an entertainment district that whose potential you want to develop and sustain? One of the tools that we have, Speaker, to do that is to say that people who own the businesses that are there today or may own and operate them in the future is to create a system that will allow us to look at leases longer than 20 years. Now, if you don't put a system in place, then you will go through, and I think one of my colleagues alluded to this earlier in his questions, you will put in place a very time-consuming, expensive exercise that will be repeated over and over and over again in a time-consuming fashion. What you're looking at in recommendation number 1, ladies and gentlemen, is an attempt by the city to look at situations or conditions that would inform the official plan process or amendments to it in a logical and reasonable way. And I don't see any problems, frankly, with that. So I'm urging you to look at this piece of property not as parkland, but open space, and open space of a particular nature. It's a very important part of Toronto, and I think we should do everything we can to keep it that exciting place that it has become. And I think that by voting for recommendation number 1, you're doing that in a rational and reasonable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. It took me a bit of time to really understand the original report and its origins and the direction from the Executive Committee. And now that I have seen and reviewed it, it's become very clear to me what's happening here. There is an official plan review underway. We already asked for it. The Chief Planner is engaged in it. But instead of waiting to see the outcome of that, Exhibition Place came forward and said, Madam Chief Planner, go away and come back with something that shows us how to permit leases in excess of 21 years. I can read this very clearly. This predetermines the outcome of her review. It is in black and white. Now, it may be that there are some places that we, like a hotel, now mind you, the hotel was already approved, in recognition of the incredible capital investment in a hotel. But I don't want to vote for something that predetermines the outcome, and that's what this is. And while, you know, we may want, Councillor Kelly may identify Exhibition Place as an entertainment venue, it actually is a park. And it actually is zoned green and open space. And it is also composed of public lands and public facilities. And those public facilities, many of them are heritage, and maybe at some point we might want to change the way that those particular buildings are being used. So I'm just not comfortable saying we're going to bypass or predetermine the outcome of the planning review by voting for a motion that has come from the Exhibition Board. It should, I agree absolutely with Councillor Perks that this is the wrong way, this is the cart before the horse. Let the planning review happen, And should she decide that there are other ways to approach this, and then let that happen. But I don't think the exhibition board should direct her on the outcome of her review.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
I'll pass, Madam Speaker.
Way to move things along there, James. You're here.
Oh, he passed? Okay, thank you. What happened here? Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I don't have any amendments to move on this, nor should I. Exhibition Place is a long way away from where I live and where I represent. I enjoy going there, sometimes for park-type uses, sometimes for the exhibition itself, and sometimes to attend conferences. The economic development potential there will be realized by the hotel. There are all sorts of changes happening there, despite the historical nature of the site. It does bear mentioning, though, that this is the second time we've discussed the grounds, and what's come to light is that there are competing interests between those who hold dear the parks elements of it and need it to serve local needs, and those compete with some of the citywide needs that we needed to do. Precisely the reason for doing this parks piece. Yes to the Raptors facility, yes to MLSE was provided because it was going to also realize a local community need. That was the condition on which people said yes. Lo and behold, the local need is now going to be met on the other side of the downtown core, over by Jarvis. Nice for them, but so much for local need. And now here we are again on another item on exhibition lands. And some of my colleagues have sat here saying that Councillor Perks in his amendment has some ulterior motive. And if that's the case, if his passion is leading people to question that he has some nefarious ulterior motive, then I have to look at the passion on those councils who want to take a different path and want to leave number 1 in. Because their passion is every bit as vehement as Councillor Perks. So at that point, I start to wonder, should I crack open the lobbyist registry and look at who's talking to who? I really do wonder why one councillor's vehemence in this matter is being questioned and not the other. That's what a chief planner is for. Chief planner, a professional chief planner, actually has to set all of that passion aside and coldly and coolly do the planning exercise. And there are umpteen examples across the city where if there is a leaseholder in the middle of that area that she is coldly and coolly evaluating, just waits. There's no problem in waiting. I asked the councillor, are you trying to evict one of these users? No. Simply saying, let's finish this process. You may well renew the lease. You may well wish to change the condition and start to say, we're going to start giving out 50-year leases and 90-year leases. But do it in the context of the professional valuation that has no politics attached to it. You need that context. The passion with which people are trying to jump ahead of that context-setting exercise is making the hair stand up on the back of my neck, Madam Speaker. I question its motives.
They are standing up.
I question its motives. Why do you so desperately need to start a second planning process, not the one that evaluates the parking lot, but a second one to change a condition before you have that apolitical context-setting exercise done? I'm feeling very uneasy about that. I'm going to support the deletion of the amendment. That will give me comfort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge members of council not to vote for motion number 3. So, being a little older, I've as many council members here, I've been to the X for a lot of years, and I remember when some of those buildings were empty, and you couldn't find a use for them. They were empty after the X. They were empty probably all year long, and along came some entrepreneurial businessmen who took a chance, who invested a large sum of money, and over time made very successful businesses out of those arrangements, and showed their creativity and imagination where nobody else could make a go of it in the off years, during the wintertime. And you take something like the Liberty Grand. They say this idea is about protecting parkland. When I walk through the building that the Liberty Grand is in, I don't walk through grassy areas and there aren't any flowers coming up. I see very nice and well-appointed rooms with very nice accoutrements, and you can have wonderful evenings there. But that took time, and that took effort, and that took money, and that took investment, and that took a chance. These guys put up a lot of money, and they took a chance. And so here they are in the arrangement where they'd like to continue making the exhibition, growing the exhibition, and what has become a prosperous, and I think it's become somewhat of a destination point in off-season. That's outside of the exhibition. Like, who would have thought when those places were empty that anyone would want to go there in the middle of the winter to do something? And so they want to continue that. They want to continue to making an investment, but the people that they're running up against, it's not the board of Exhibition Place, it's the council. It's the very people who are supposed to be promoting economic development, who are supposed to be promoting and building, and actually, how often do we have before this council a struggle to find a tenant that's going to pay us rent, right? And here we have businesses that are successful businesses that are going to pay us rent. But what they need is a reaffirmation from this council and from the Exhibition Place board that we have some confidence in them. And to do that, they need an extension of their lease so the water doesn't come pouring in from their ceilings. And they're prepared to take that risk of heritage buildings and work within that context to pay that extra money to make sure that their buildings, our buildings, are maintained and made beautiful. And the struggle that they get is from this council that is trying to throw up roadblocks and trying to commence these planning processes that are going to draw out the process even more. And so I'm prepared today to support those businesses to continue so that they can continue to make those investments in those city assets so that they can continue to actually do the city proud and do Exhibition Place proud. That's what I think we should be doing today.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise as the Chair of Economic Development. I rise as an advocate and supporter of parks. I rise, Speaker, to point out that we actually have parklands in the City of Toronto that currently has a lease that is 60 years. We are not breaking new grounds here today. What we are actually doing is actually validating a process that the Chief Planner has brought to this council, that this council has approved, and we're following through on that. I get it that there are councillors who are saying, listen, I don't want that to occur, so don't support number one, just support obviously number two and the engagement. I remind members that I moved a motion at the Executive Committee that talked a little bit more about the collaboration, the process of bringing all the groups together and so on. That is actually coupled on a decision that was made by Council in August of, I believe, 2014. So we have substantiated that information and that decision that's been made by this council. We have seen time and time again the city is unable to actually invest in its own facilities. Those facilities that are in question had been in derelict condition for many, many years. I look back at the Roundhouse in 1999, and I have to bring the Roundhouse in, Speaker, because I think that we need to ensure that we bring in additional information to help us to make the right decision. The right decision today is not to support motion number 3. In fact, we have seen from Councillor Grimes and basically cooperation with Councillor Layton that they're supportive of consultation and a process. I have been a member of the CNE board. I have seen how things operate there. There's been a tremendous amount of disjointment in terms of how things occurred there. There is now, because of private sector investment that's actually coming in, that's actually helping us in that consolidation, that coordination, that effort to ensure that barren land that exists in winter, where no one would want to dare go, that it is now a destination from an economic development perspective, from a social perspective, and in fact, there is a process that will allow for consolidation of information and collaboration of information that will be brought forward to this very body. And if this very body does not wish to enter into a long-term lease, it has the authority and the ability to do that. It was my understanding when we discussed this particular issue at Executive Committee that, in fact, the Chief Planner could bring forward the OP amendment as well as the detailed discussion as it related to community consultation, community engagement. We wanted to ensure that there was going to be an advisory committee from the Councillor Layton's community to ensure residents also had a say. And so what we are doing here today is not unusual, is not strange. We, in fact, have parkland where we actually allow for a 60-year lease, 60 years of lease, and we are generating benefits from that. If you go down to the Roundhouse now, you can see all the improvements that's taken place. A private sector company put up the $60 million that was necessary in order to do the improvements. We now have this great attractive facility where people come, the aquarium is there, the CN Tower, all of the facilities around there, and they enjoy that. There is a need to ensure that there's a level of confidence in terms of relationship and understanding when we work with the business community, that they can come to the city and they can work together following our own rules and ensuring that things are done. Liberty Entertainment has been such an asset to this city. Our Casa Loma, which is this group has taken over, has become such a center of attraction and visitation that never existed when we or Kiwanis actually ran the facility. This is an iconic organization if we want to take one out in terms of looking at some of the ones who want to have their leases extension. But I realize, Madam Speaker, this isn't about a specific company and their lease. This is about a process that the City of Toronto has established, and I think we have to live up to our own obligation and not support any principle that suggests we do otherwise. And that's what Motion 3 does. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to reflect on the motion put forth by Councillor Perks, number 3, and I would urge members of this council not to support it. I'll tell you why. Liberty Grand has 3 years left on their lease, and as the chairperson of the Business Development Committee at the board of the exhibition place, I've been in contact with Mr. DiDonato, both Nick and Pat, and they're looking to upgrade, they're looking to fix things, and they're looking forward into the future on how they can upgrade their building. Fast forward 17 years back, there was a building that was derelict. No windows, was in despair of falling apart. Pigeons were flying in and they had birds' nests up there. The two brothers, to their credit, took the place over and they made it the Liberty Grand. And as my colleague, Councillor Thompson said, now they're running Casa Loma. Music has 8 years left on their lease. And yet, we hear Councillor Perks zeroing in.
Well, if some...
Bad operator, this, that, or the other thing. Well, I have to tell you, in speaking to the people at the X and other tenants, there's been other bad operators that if you look at their rap sheet and their company's rap sheet, it is 2 arm's length versus what music is. And singling out one operator in order not to have this done is bad faith. Business needs stability, a long-range plan. If I'm a businessman and I know that I got 4 or 5 years, and there's a building here, which is a great building, I poured millions of dollars in it. All of a sudden I have, well, maybe, you know what, we're going to start talking to you 2 years before. Why would I care to sink any more money in and move ahead? We're in the process of speaking to tenants at the Business Development Committee, and they want stability and they want long-range plans. The executive offices of the exhibition were listed through MLS. This is a to be rented out. There were nobody stepped forward, and right now we got an RFP going forward. So business people that are looking to come into the X, looking to invest money, they're looking for stability. So therefore, I urge you not to vote for motion number 3. I will not be supporting it, and let's move on with this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote. We'll go, the motion's in order. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Councillor Grimes, yes.
First, I'll move a motion to finish this item. And second, on a point of personal privilege, Councillor Perks, my friend, came over and showed me I did vote against him, so I want to stand corrected. I apologize to Councillor Perks. But what I did, I supported the striking committee recommendation. Then there was a motion brought forward to take somebody out, put somebody
Okay,
on. So
Councillor Grimes.
Councillor Perks is correct, and I apologize. I was wrong. You're right.
Okay,
And I still want to hug.
Okay, members of council, we want to finish this item before lunch.
Yes,
Okay.
I move that motion.
Okay, Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I was wondering, before we vote and quickly, if we could actually do item CC 12.2 on page 3. No, directly after the notices of motion. Can I finish?
No.
Okay, wait till we finish this item. Wait till we finish this item, okay? I'm trying to get this item completed before we break for lunch. Motion number 1 by Councillor Grimes. Well, it's 5 minutes. Motion number 1, it's on the screen. Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Shiner, when you're seated.
The motion carries 36-1.
Okay, motion number 2 by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, thank you. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 35-2.
Motion number 3 by Councillor Perks.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 13-24.
Okay. Clause is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please, and thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Fragadakis.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The item as amended carries 35 to 2.
Councillor Shiner, you have a motion you would like to introduce. It needs to be done before lunch, members of council.
Yes, I do. I have an urgent that I'm asking that I be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting, an urgent motion without notice concerning 591 and 593 Shepherd Avenue East. The rest is up on the screen. It's urgent basis as we need council's direction to secure matters and allow the development to proceed in a timely fashion. It's currently being dealt with at the board as well. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, Madam Speaker, sorry, CC 12.2, I'm going to ask that if we can deal with that item directly after the notices of motion.
Okay. A motion by Councillor Fragadakis. All in favor? Pardon? Pardon? On what matter?
The motion by Councillor Fragadakis.
On the timed item?
What time is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so
just
Councillor
asking-
Fragadakis, it doesn't look like it's going to be a
So I
timed
just have a
item.
question of the clerk.
Okay, Councillor Shiner.
I do have a question of the clerk. There may be a notice of motion that has to go forward to be dealt with later on. Are we fine with that?
Everything's fine?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Just checking. Okay, all in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Please rise for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember the following person who has passed away, Dr. Mark Ersting. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on it's a point of personal privilege to basically welcome an old friend of the Chamber, former member of City Council, and former chair of the TTC, Adam Giambroni. Adam is in town, and I'd like to welcome Adam. Adam is now the Chief of Planning for Savannah Transit in Savannah, Georgia. Welcome home, Adam. At least for the few days. Thank you.
Members of City Council, we have been presented with an interim control bylaw to consider at this time. Under Section 27.65 of the Council Procedure, City Council considers an interim control bylaw immediately after being introduced. As a result, we must consider this now before member motions and the release of holds. Okay, Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the item.
I see it on the screen. I am moving that leave be granted to introduce a motion without notice respecting an interim control bylaw.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Do we vote on it? John, do we have to?
Whose ward is this?
Okay, so, is there any debate?
No.
You have to vote on it. It has been circulated. It's at members' motion 1232. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Jamari, second by Councillor Shiner. Councillor Shiner.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's in regards to a property in the ward represented by Councillor Ajmeri. It's a report from the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning for an interim control bylaw in this area. They are concerned about some particular uses that may happen on that they don't believe is appropriate for the official plan and use in that area. So they've asked us to consider and to enact this interim control bylaw, which will allow them to deal with the matter over the next year and then come back if I'm correct. And I think I've stalled long enough, so the Chief Planner is also here now. And if you have any questions, you can ask her those questions.
Okay, Councillor Campbell, do you have a question to staff?
I do. What is the designation? I haven't had a chance to read the report. What's the designation of the lands?
Through the chair, this is an employment area. However, in the context of OPA 231, it was identified as a regeneration area, so it's caught in a little bit of a transition right now. We would like the upcoming year to do the due diligence around the work for redesignating the lands as part of a regen.
So it's presently employment lands. Is there employment on the lands?
There is employment on some of the lands, yes, within this area.
What's the nature of the employment on the lands now?
There are industrial uses on the lands today.
will the passage of this before us today have an impact on the status of those lands or the employers on the land?
Through the chair, the passing of this interim control bylaw will not have an impact on the uses of the lands today. It, in fact, is very limited, this interim control bylaw, only to concrete batching plants, a contractor's establishment, a motor vehicle repair shop, and a transportation terminal.
Why is this not going through the regular committee process in the Planning and Growth Committee?
When we bring forward an interim control bylaw through the chair, there typically is a reason, such as a proposal, that is raising some concern with how, in fact, a site might be used in light of a planning study that is underway. This is one of those situations where a use has been proposed on this site that is inconsistent with OPA 231. We are looking for the interim control bylaw to ensure that we can undertake our study, in essence avoiding having a new use come on the site that is inconsistent with a long-term direction that we are looking to implement on the site.
How did we become aware of the proposed use? You said that a proposed use was brought to our attention. What is the proposed use and how did it come to our attention?
An application has been made for a concrete batching plant on the site.
And what other types of industry are on the site or in this particular vicinity right now? If these are industrial, how is the proposed use in conflict of other industrial uses on the land?
Through the chair, the issue is not that the proposed use is in conflict with other industrial uses. The issue is that there is residential directly adjacent to this site. As a result of our municipal comprehensive review and the forwarding of Official Plan Amendment 231, this was identified as one of the key sites that should be identified for regeneration, meaning that it will no longer be primarily heavy industry moving forward in the future. The reason that that was brought forward in the context of OPA 231 was because of the adjacency to residential uses and the incompatibility with heavy industry, and a concrete batching plant is heavy industry. So the issue here is that we see this site as one of the very few sites that were identified in the review that ought to go through a transition of use.
So, just so that for my own education, so if it is designated as employment lands, we can designate or stipulate what type of employment occurs on those lands?
Through the chair, in the context of the municipal comprehensive review, that's correct. Whereas previously there had only been one designation for employment lands, we introduced a series of more specific designations, recognizing that in some instances a regeneration designation would be appropriate, which would begin to transition the use.
My last question is, if we approve this, is there anything that prevents the applicant from going to a higher authority and challenging it?
Through the chair, if this is approved by City Council, the applicant still does have a right of appeal and can appeal the interim control bylaw. Our experience has been in instances such as this that is not the case.
Thank you. That's all for my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. What is the present use of the site? Or even more simply, is it vacant land right now, or is there somebody operating there?
Through the chair, I don't believe that in this portion of the employment lands that there is any current use. Okay. This was the Sunrise propane site.
Got it. Okay. So that would mean that there is immediate, if I remember from the news, there was immediately adjacent residential areas, and I think that's in here somewhere as well.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay. So what, if council fails to pass this interim control bylaw, what risks may be posed to the health, safety, and welfare of those nearby residents?
Through the chair, we've had a significant issue in this city with respect to concrete batching plants, particularly because they are a heavy industrial use that involves a significant amount of noise, dust, and heavy traffic. We are currently in the process of undergoing a concrete batching plant strategy for the city overall in order to identify the best locations in the city for these facilities in order to ensure that the issues that we have with residential adjacencies are not perpetuated. As you may be aware, we have a significant issue in Etobicoke at the moment.
Understood and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So those are my questions Councillor Holiday just asked. So currently we have, I think it's Teskey Concrete in there now, correct?
Adjacent to this portion of the employment lands, correct.
Yeah, so the new companies come in, concrete batching, and that was my question. Knowing that, I brought that forward that we do need a concrete strategy in there, but so where do we put these concrete companies so badly needed as we develop our city? We have that working group in my ward to relocate one, which would be similar to what's going to happen in Councillor Austin Mary's ward if we don't pass this. Where do we put these people?
Through the chair, there are some uses that are simply not compatible with residential in close. So one of the reasons why we look forward to undertaking the overall concrete batching strategy is because we want to ensure that there's a buffer, that there isn't a direct adjacency to residential. There are areas in the city that exist. You can use a regen area, for example, where there's office as a transition. It's a tension because concrete, in fact, needs to be very close to its destination. There's about a 20-minute travel period. So it is a tension in our city. It's a critical part of our economy, is continuing to have concrete batching. But at the same time, we recognize that we don't want to further perpetuate the conflicts with residential neighborhoods.
Great. Agree with everything you said. I brought this strategy that we so badly need in the city. But have we not, in that zoning review, zoned out this type of use in the city? Have we not zoned this type out? We cannot find a location for this one in Etobicoke. Have we not zoned this use out of the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, that's not my understanding. They're still permitted in the city. The tension is we're looking at a better way to accommodate them in areas where there is not a compatibility issue.
And how many sites are these around that would accommodate this type of use in the city?
Sorry. Through the chair, I don't have that information in front of me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Yes, thank you. So what are the lands currently being used for? What are the subject lands currently being used for?
There is a portion of the subject lands that are currently being used for a concrete batching plant.
They're they're currently being used as a batching plant.
That's correct, as well as outdoor storage and aggregate and manufacturing uses.
So are any of the uses that are currently, on which the subject lands are currently being used, are any of those uses contrary to any of the bylaws or the official plan?
Through the chair, absolutely not, and that's not at issue.
So the purpose of, so if they can, as of right, use that land as a concrete batching facility, and they're currently using it as a concrete batching facility, what are you trying to achieve through the interim control bylaw if it's allowed as of right already?
Through the chair, currently the southerly portion of the site has a concrete batching plant on it. The area is bordered to the east by a residential area. We are concerned about the proximity being so close to a residential area. The objective in the regeneration study over the course of the next 12 months would be to deem an appropriate land use in this area. It's important to note we've already, in the context of OPA 231, identified that this will be a regeneration area precisely because of the conflicts with residential uses.
Madam Chair, maybe I can ask a different question. the use of an interim control bylaw is a tool that I think most members of council would say that should be used very sparingly, seldomly. What is it, and to stop something? What is it that you fear that might happen that you need an interim control bylaw for?
We are on the cusp of initiating a look at the uses on the site in order to redirect the uses away from heavy industry in the future because of the conflicts with adjacent residential. For this reason, the lands in OPA 231 were redesignated as regeneration. For a new concrete batching plant to go on the site would be 2 steps backwards because we would be reinforcing the conflicts which in OPA 231 we identified and recognized that in the future we need to resolve. So this would be adding more to a problem we already have with conflicts.
Has the use of the land been redesignated away from a use that would allow for a concrete batching facility?
Through the chair, that's correct. The objective is to transition these lands to regeneration.
No. Have you changed has the land use, you told me that the land use allowed, previously in questioning, you said it allowed for a concrete batching facility, and then at some future point, you said, I'm just trying to understand this, you said that the land use or the bylaws or the OP has changed to some other designation that doesn't allow. I just need clarity on that point. I need to understand this.
In the context of OPA 231, we created new official plan designations for employment areas that included a new subcategory called regeneration area. That is currently under appeal at the board. However, this was one of the areas that was designated to be regeneration. OPA 231 is not enacted because it is still under appeal at the board. So I'm speaking to intent, what our intent is with respect to this site, as opposed to the policy that is in place.
So a batching facility is allowed.
Correct.
And even if this bylaw is, even if the OPA is changed, the batching concrete facility could continue to exist as a legal non-conforming use. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, it is my understanding that in the context of the regeneration area study, we could in fact affirm the continued existence of the existing concrete batching facility, but we do in fact have guiding principles that require a buffer.
I just want to ask our lawyer.
To the solicitor. Anna, question.
So there's this concrete batching facility on this piece of land that they're regenerating in some form or other. But if that property, whatever it gets rezoned for, or if the official plan changes, it would still continue on, that batching facility, because there would be a legal non-conforming use. The city can't just say, we've changed the official plan and all these bylaws and you're going to have to go away and close down.
No, of course not. It would maintain its status as a legal non-conforming use, but what it does is provide direction for the future.
Sorry, I can't.
That was your last question. Sorry. Councillor Shiner.
So of the chief planner, the interim control bylaw affects a number of properties.
That's correct.
One of them, I think, is where we have an ambulance facility. One of them is a concrete batching plant, and one of them is the site of the former propane fire.
That's correct.
And it says in here, although under appeal, OPA 231, when was OPA 231 enacted? By us? Approved? Approved by us, not enacted yet.
It was approved in the last term of council in 2013.
So it was approved in 2013.
December 2013.
We're in January of 2016. It's not in effect because of the appeal. There's a sites and area-specific policy 389 in this area,
That's correct.
and that was supposed to have a land use study on this area, the regeneration study.
That's correct. However, we've
right.
prioritized the
That
studies
was
based on
approved.
demand.
That was asked for when? Would it have been in the 2013 approval, part of that?
I believe so.
Okay, so it's been 2 years now and we haven't started on that.
That's correct. There's many we haven't started on.
Didn't ask you if there were many or not. Please. I'm just trying to get through my questions. So if we would have started that review, would that have stopped this facility going forward?
Through the chair, likely.
Okay. So because we have not, and there is the potential for this to happen, the request of council is that we make sure that there's no applications approved on the site for 1 year while you do the review you have to do that we haven't started yet, but we said we would do.
That's absolutely correct.
And the fact that there is a concrete batching plant on one of these sites, this will in no way stop them from using that or continuing with that use on that site?
That's correct.
This will simply say you can't apply for another one until we finish our review to determine whether we do or we don't want to allow these uses there. Is that right?
Correct.
And without that, we would have no control over the site. That would have to be permitted, and we had actually told the local councillor in that community we would do the regeneration study because we were of a mind that we probably don't want to see more plants go in there.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've kind of told this community, we'll try and take care of that, but we haven't started the studies. We're concerned about an application. We want to hold up any applications coming forward. We have 1 year now, which a time frame to bring recommendations to council, and at that time, no further batching plants or any other of these 4 uses could go in. Is that right?
That's correct, although to qualify that, the interim control bylaw only specifies 5 specific uses.
I said 4, so it's 5.
That we would see
I said
as
of the 5
being
uses, you don't want to go in there.
Correct.
And those are basically the heavy uses that we are concerned about them being that close to residential areas, and we really don't want to see, or probably don't want to see those uses expanded.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Chief Planner, this former site, Sunrise propane site, you mentioned that there are a few uses, and one of them is a concrete batching operation and also a storage site there. Those two operations are under an existing zoning by law, or a section of it is under the legal non-conforming status?
Through the chair, that's correct. Everything that is on the site today is a permitted use as per the existing employment land designation.
In terms of employment, do we know how many positions, how many people work there?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Do we know how many people work there?
No, we
in
do
the
not.
concrete batching? We don't
do
have
not
that,
have
that information. In terms of other concrete batching operations within the city, for example, I have one in my own area that's on St. Clair and Caledonia that we went through and study. And we tried to get a section of it also through the generation designation. And so I believe that Councillor Grimes was trying to do. Why is it that we are not considering that in other areas as well, the regeneration designation?
Through the chair, we are considering regeneration in areas where it is appropriate to introduce a variety of additional uses into an area. However, we recognize that in some areas of the city, the best use, and there ought to be areas for heavy industry. So in the context of the municipal comprehensive review, we reviewed every single employment site in the city. We in fact recommended that 98% of those sites continue to be 97% continue to be employment lands, precisely because these are lands that we require in the city. We undertook a due diligence process that demonstrated that the city is in fact at risk of running out of employment lands. which would present a considerable risk to the diversity of the economy and employment in the City of Toronto.
So the intention and the purpose of the official plan under the OP 231, it was to bring that sense of compatibility between land uses. Now, my question, for example, because I've been following this concrete batching operation in Councillor Grimes' area, and he's been asking for the regeneration designation as well. Can you be a little bit more specific as the reason why this is not happening in an area that's almost very similar to this one?
Through the chair, I can't speak specifically to that rationale. I don't have that report in front of me at this time.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To the Chief Planner, in recommendation 1, the phraseology "undertake a study" is a regeneration study?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Now, we just went through one in Ward 10, as you're aware. It took 3.5 years. What happens if the interim control bylaw expires before the study is complete? Is it you come back to council and renew?
Through the chair, that is a possibility, but we would in fact be very motivated to complete the regeneration study within the time frame of the interim control bylaw, and we're confident that we can do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting this in control bylaw. I know what Councillor Rosemary is going through and has gone through. I was here when the Sunrise propane explosion was there. She's already got a concrete batching facility there across from homes. Dealt with a nightmare of Sunrise and now another nightmare coming in. And I've been asking this city to bring forward a strategy, long-term strategy for concrete batching. As the Chief Planner said, there's only a certain life on that truck. It can't come from Barrie. It's got to be within, I think, a half hour, 45 minutes of when it's made. So I do recognize it, but I think this council has to make this a priority to find a location for these sites. And I think I heard the Chief Planner say the reason we're doing this is because of the regeneration study. Well, I'm going through one in my ward right now where I have a staff working group led by our Deputy City Manager, John Livy, with many members of staff trying to relocate ML Lumber on Judson. And we cannot find a location for them. But in my study, I'm asking this piece to be put in the regeneration. I'm getting a fight back from planning saying, no, don't put that in. So I'm hearing two different things I'm hearing today. But what I'm here to tell you today, it could be in your ward next, and this is a priority for the city to find a location. I ask, well, how many locations? We really don't know because there are none. We've zoned them out. And we've been working very hard with staff to try and find a location to get them out. I know Councillor Hawley, all the councillors on Etobicoke know what we're going through down there. And the neighbors are fed up. They don't want it. And we have to protect this. And again, this is a priority to find this long-term strategy. And it shouldn't be long-term. It should be short-term solution. And it should be brought to the forefront. So I'll be supporting the local councillor and the motion brought forward.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Okay, we heard.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Shiner.
So I hope... We're going to send you our concrete.
Are you trading shoes back and forth, concrete shoes here? I don't know. Work together, last day, hopefully, at council.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, so I asked the Chief Planner, and I appreciate her brief answers, or most of them, to go through this because it is a situation where there is an existing use, which is concrete batching right next to residential homes, and that can and will continue to exist. It's a concern about the fact that it might expand onto neighboring properties where it doesn't appear to be an appropriate place to expand, but that's what the study and the review will do. In 2013, when we adopted the official plan at the end, we said we would actually do a study of the area. We haven't done that yet. Unfortunately, before we could start the study, we're concerned that an application might be filed. And this is a case to be able to not permit an application, even if it is filed, to be bumped out of our control to the Ontario Municipal Board, because we have the right to put an interim control bylaw, do the study within the next year, and then have that come back to council for consideration, at which time we could then deal with any other applications that would come forward. I think it's appropriate to do it, and I think any of you that had the same situation in your wards would want it. I understand the concern that my colleague, Councillor Grimes, has, having concrete plant in his area. And we're dealing with one up in Scarborough where my other colleagues are now as well, and they're looking at residential up there. Nobody likes to have the plants, but everybody needs the plants, so it's a problem. In this case, I think the staff are correct in recommending this, and I'm prepared to support them. And I think it's a real concern for Councillor Ajamari, who I see is on the list to speak next. And I think your support of this would be appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Ajamari, the last speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Legal Department and the Planning Department for their role in helping to bring this forward. And also Councillor Shiner as Chair of Planning for seconding the motion. What we have here is a community that is in turmoil and has been for the last few years since the major explosion took place. Long before I became a councillor for this particular area, the kinds of uses that are going on in this community east of Keele Street all the way over to Dufferin are heavy industrial, and they really don't belong across the street, literally a few feet away from single-family homes. So we're doing our best to change this going forward. We're doing everything that is in our power and using all the tools available to us under the provincial regulations to change the areas involved into regeneration areas. So the communities are looking forward to that down the road. We've had many instances in the community where people have come forward and have volunteered to sit on committees with our planning staff and try to figure out which the best way forward is. In the middle of this, we're faced with the fact that we might have an augmented role for cement batching in our communities. That is the antithesis of what we want. And as the Chief Planner said, it's going backwards in time instead of forwards. So to recap, I would really appreciate everyone's support on this. I think that a strong message ought to be sent by this council to those who will listen and those who will not, but we have to drag them kicking and screaming into the future that this is not an appropriate place to expand heavy industrial uses. And this is not an appropriate place to do that where there are schools, a major hospital, the biggest one in the GTA nearby, and institutions that can ill afford to have this kind of poor quality air and everything else that it brings, the dust, etc. So thank you very much, council members. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So on MM 1232, recorded vote.
The item carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Ajamari, you have a motion to introduce the bill.
That leave be granted to introduce Bill 127.
Okay, shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Do I have to sign? Yes, please. Thanks for all your help. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion to introduce the bill carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fillion, please.
motion to enact the bill carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Members, before we go through the member's motion, I would take the release of Member Holtz. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Unless there are any amendments for my colleagues at Toronto and East York Community Council, I'm prepared to pass on page 3, TE 13.83, with the amendments that have been distributed from our incredibly talented and incredible clerk, Roz Dyers. 13.80. Yes, my apologies.
Okay.
Page 3.
So page 3, T 13.80 is for the liquor licenses. Okay, the amendment is on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. We'll go through members' motions now. Item as amended, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.1. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. To waive referral. Yes, Councillor Campbell did. Yeah.
The motion to waive referral carries 29 to 8, sorry.
On the motion, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.2, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. Councillor Campbell asked for it.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor McConnell.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 29 to 8.
Okay, on the item, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.3, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. It was circulated to you, Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 15 to 22.
MM 12.4, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
The motion to waive referral carries 30-7.
Who was that? I'm sorry. Councillor Layton? Okay. MM 12.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Matlow, thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Burnside, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 20-17. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved.
What? We didn't. Okay. MM 12.6. MM 12.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Striking Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed? Who asked for that?
It's my birthday. Oh, right, we have to vote for Paul. This is the only thing he wants this year.
Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak, please, and Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee, please.
The motion carries 36-1.
Okay, Councillor Davis? So, Councillor Davis will not get cake this afternoon. MM 12.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.8. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Okay. Recorded vote to waive referral. This is on MM 12.8.
That's okay. Members, we had to cancel the vote and restart it, so we're restarting it now. No. There seems to be. Councillor Perruzza, please. Members, we had to cancel a vote, so your buttons may be lit up. Will you please make sure you've pressed one of the two buttons?
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Lee, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 26 to 12.
Okay, on the item? Hold. Okay. Yes. MM 12.9. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perks. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Bailão, please.
Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Layton, please. And Councillor Karygiannis.
The motion to waive referral carries 27 to 10.
Okay, on the item? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.10. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 1211. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 1212. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 12.13. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I know. Okay, MM 12.14. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? I'm sorry, Councillor Doucette, you'd like to hold the item down?
No, Madam Speaker, I have an itsy little minute amendment. Just a baby amendment.
Do the staff have it?
They have it, and you'll probably see it will be underlined, and this is at the satisfaction of the General Manager of Transportation Services.
To the satisfaction.
To the satisfaction. Did I say at? Sorry. To the satisfaction. And I'm happy with that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, on the item as amended, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.15. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. 12.16. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.17. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 1218. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, you want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote. On the item? Yes.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perks. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
The item carries 37-1.
MM 12.19. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 1220. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 1221. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried on the item. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 12.22. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.23. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 12.24. Notice if this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Opposed, if any, carried. All in favor of waiving referral? All in favor, opposed, carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 12.25. Notice if this motion has not been given. This motion, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.26. Notice if this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Government Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Hello, Councillor Carroll? Okay, I'm just trying to... This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Yes. Opposed? All in favor of waiving referral? All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Hold the item. Okay. MM 12.27. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. You like to hold? You have an amendment? Oh. Okay. Does the staff have your friendly amendment? Councillor Holiday would like to move a friendly amendment.
That could be covered in options.
No, it's not held. No. It's here because we haven't voted on it yet. No. That was the one before that. So, Councillor Holiday, would you like to hold the item down? Well, they don't all agree, so we're going to debate it. So we hold the item down? Oh. Does anybody want to hold it? Okay, can you put it back on the screen? I didn't even get a chance to look at it. You want to hold it down? Okay. MM 12.28. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor on the item? Opposed, if any, carry. MM 12.29. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Opposed, if any, carry. MM 12.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. Hold it? Record it? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
The motion carries 36-1.
Okay. MM 12.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor of the item? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carry. We've dealt with 32. MM 12.33. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Recorded vote? Okay. You have to circulate it, yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 36-1.
MM 12.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a waive referral. This motion been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Opposed, if any, carried. Now, members, we have two more motions to add. Can you give me their names? Councillor Robinson?
Oh. I don't have a coffee. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a motion to have representation on this item, 99 Erskine Avenue, and the planners and solicitors we'd like them to attend, please.
Okay, all in favor to introduce? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Oh, can I move that now as well, or?
No, it has to be circulated. Councillor McMahon, you're next.
Thank you very much. And I have a naming of a park with no name, and it's urgent because with a name, it helps emergency services answer its calls a lot easier. Thank you.
Okay.
Response. Seconds counts.
On favor of introduction?
Seconds count. Don't worry about it.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carry. Okay, so the next item we're going to deal with, we agreed on it before lunch? No. Is CC CC 12.2, Toronto-York Spadina Subway Extension. So if I can ask staff to come down and questions to staff. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Councillor Fragedakis, you have questions to staff.
Why are you objecting? Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Sorry, if you could mind not crumbling. Eating your snack somewhere else, thank you. On page 8 of the report, it reads that, however, the delay in receiving the federal...
Okay, just one sec. It's awfully noisy in here. Awfully noisy, please. Mr. Byford has been here waiting for 2 days, so we want to hear what his answer is.
Thank you.
Okay.
So on page 8 of this report, it says that, however, the delay in receiving the federal funding resulted in a delay of 14 months from the initial availability of January 2007. This added scheduled delay also resulted in additional costs, and I'm just wondering if you're able to ballpark how much the delay in federal funding cost us.
Okay, well, the overall amount, the actual breakdown of the individual costs is something that we haven't done. We have not done that deliberately because we want to maintain the confidentiality on the on what claims might look like. But in terms of the actual amount that was due to the federal funding delay, it was more of a cost. The cost was more because the project was delayed. It meant that we then had an increase in the amount of time that the project team had to be in situ, which then had a knock-on impact onto the overall project. So it's difficult to actually specifically quantify that. It was more of a knock-on onto the overall project schedule that meant we had to retain the project team for longer.
Okay. The total cost of the project budget's now somewhere close to $3.2 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the 400 million added and the 150 million that was added back for the Bechtel reset.
Okay. Does that include the new trains needed to provide service and storage for those trains?
That's an all-inclusive cost for building the station, for building the extension, for the signalling that's required. The cost of the trains is incorporated within that, which will be accommodated within the expanded Wilson Yard. So yes.
Okay. Are these items covered by the same cost-sharing agreement with York Region?
Yes, the overall project, so the whole cost of the project is split between ourselves and York Region, but as part of the greater funding package with federal funding as a third element of that funding.
Is there anything else needed that's not included in that total?
No. This, if you mean, do we think there's something else that would add to the 400 million
Yes.
we're seeking? No, we do not.
Okay, thank you very much.
We believe that additional funding with the revised overall total will be all that we need to finish the project off, which will open by the end of next year.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Byford, for sitting here for 2 days.
Always a pleasure, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Fragedakis, do you want to speak?
No.
No? Okay. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, our next one is page 3, T 13.72. Oh. Traffic control signals, Gerrard Street East and Scarborough Road. Councillor Holiday held the item down. Do you have questions? No? Oh, okay. To speak, Councillor. Does anybody have any questions? Do you have questions, Councillor McMahon? No? Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be very brief. I will not support this motion.
Great speech.
If I may, from the gallery. Very simply, this traffic light doesn't meet the warrants. It goes against the staff recommendations. And one of the recommendations in the report, or one of the notes in the report, was that it has potential to generate additional traffic on one of the side streets. And these are consequences of not following the advice of staff, which we tend to do from time to time on council. And the other important thing to note is that whenever we do something which is outside of the warrants, we eat into the budget and we essentially take away from the opportunity to do good work where it is otherwise warranted. I hope council notices this from time to time when it goes through. It's important to adhere to our own standards. They're there for a purpose. They're there based on good engineering practice. And our staff are non-political in the advice that they give. They've given advice in this case, and we have chosen not to take it. Therefore, I won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Sure. And this passed unanimously through Toronto East York Community Council. There's a picture on the screen of the kids asking us to help them cross safely. We can't get a crossing guard, of course, because of the warrants with the Toronto Police and kids. You need a certain number of kids walking alone across this busy street, Gerrard, under 8 years of age. And no one I know is doing that because it is not safe. And when it comes to finances, I agree with Councillor Holiday. We want to be fiscally responsible, but I am willing to spend a little bit more to keep people safe. I want to get kids out of those cars and walking to school. It's a rite of passage. It helps with obesity mitigation, and it helps all around keeping everyone healthy. And so why wouldn't we put this in? The community did a lot of work. This subdivision did not exist way back when, and they're trying to cross to get to Adamback Public School. They've done a petition. They have over 300 names on the petition. They've worked hard, and they're just asking us to keep them safe. So I appreciate your support.
Doesn't matter. There's my sister and my niece.
Okay, thank you. So, recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item carries 30-3.
Page 3, CC 12.3. Compliance with accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Actually, not so much questions of staff, because I'd like to refer, I have a quick motion to move on this item.
Well, just a sec, I want to ask if anybody else has questions. Does anybody have any questions? We're on CC 12.3, page 3. Compliance with accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to quickly move that we receive this report for information and forward a copy of this item to the Accessibility, Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee, and with a request that appropriate staff make a presentation. That committee was primarily struck up largely because of the ALDA. And the ALDA, of course, is the body of provincial legislation that governs all accessibility in Ontario, trying to get all corporations and businesses, any type of service providers, to become compliant and fully accessible by 2025. That particular body is tasked to provide advice to council on all sorts of matters, including matters that affect ALDA compliance. So the fact that this report was sent directly to City Council, I'm sure that it was an oversight, but any type of report, any item that pertains to ALDA compliance should have first gone to the advisory committee. And that's where I think that we should send it, and they will have the opportunity for a presentation, opportunity to ask questions of staff, and then it'll be coming back here or to the executive committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have the motion on the screen to receive the item and forward a copy to the committee. Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Page 3, CC 12.12, 2779 81 Yonge Street. Councillor Robinson, do we have questions to staff? Questions to staff?
No.
No. Does anybody have questions to staff? 2779 81 Yonge Street, CC 1212. No questions? Okay, Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be 30 seconds just to say that I'm moving this item. I want to thank the planner, John Andriska from North York Planning Division, and Susan Smallwood, as well as the solicitor, Gordon Witchard, who did an excellent job on this file. This is the famous Alaska, and we now will have Will Aslop's work up in North Toronto, close to Yonge and Lawrence. This has been a very contentious application. Went to the OMB, and I can't say much more than that, but it's before you, the rest of the information. I want to really thank the residents, the Sherwood Park Residents Association, specifically Ben Daub, as well as Belinda Carson from a new group that's formed around this issue, the Uptown Young Neighborhood Alliance. They did incredible work, and city staff even acknowledged without them involved, they wouldn't have got the outcome they got. So I want to thank them for their active participation on this file. And although it's not perfect, it's the best we could do dealing with a very difficult situation. So thank you to all parties for their involvement in this.
Okay, on the item, in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Okay, so we'll go back to the members' So we're going to go back to the members' motions that were held down. The first one is MM 12.4. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Councillor Layton.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak to this item. I don't suspect it'll be much of a debate. I think it's something that many of us can agree on, and that's ensuring that every family, regardless of their level of income, has access to affordable internet. And that's because in this changing world, the access to the internet is essentially an access to the rest of society. Think about what all of us in our everyday lives get from it. One is connectivity to educational material, to ensure that we're all learning and progressing at the same rate. Second is access to government services, and ensuring we all have the necessary information and access to government departments and all those things. And finally, access to the job market, ensuring that we can all get gainful employment. Well, sadly, despite a CRTC decision to ensure that low-cost ISP carriers, and I've learned a whole new vocabulary in the last week and a half, so bear with me here. Sadly, the large billion-dollar corporations that control a lot of this infrastructure from a legacy point of view that we have helped support get in the ground, they are trying to overturn a CRTC decision that ensures that low-cost carriers have access to this marketplace to help break the monopoly over the over internet access across Canada, but certainly in our community. And sadly, this could have huge ramifications on the ability of people to actually access the internet. There was a report released just days ago that demonstrated just how unaffordable the internet is. Did you know that Canada has one of the most expensive internet rates in the entire world? That's not a good thing. That's not a stat that we should be proud of. And that more and more families are taking money out of things like their food budget and the necessary household budget and putting it towards internet because it's that unaffordable, but they need to have that connectivity. So we've got to look to our federal government right now, and this is why it's critical. Right now, this appeal is actually at the cabinet table, and the appeal period has lapsed, or the comment period has lapsed, so we don't actually have an opportunity to comment officially. But I want to make sure before they make their decision, before Cabinet makes their decision on overturning a CRTC appeal or ruling, that we have an opportunity to have our say and say we agree with other cities across the country. I appended to the motion the rather lengthy 30-page submission from the city of Calgary that was passed by their council that says, quite specifically, this is something that will be good for our communities if we allow for and maintain the CRTC decision. There are several different things at play. We have the affordability side, but there's also this notion of the infrastructure that would have to go in the ground. If we let every small ISP that wanted to run fiber optic cable or this DOC6 cable network across our city, all our streets would be shut down. Those utility cuts that we have to get into every year, and I'll make a note that only these telecom companies have a right to break that moratorium after we get new concrete and new sidewalks. Only these companies do. If we make them all run lines, we're not only going to be dumping a whole lot of the Niagara Escarpment into our streets year after year, there's going to be more traffic gridlock. There's going to be more little boxes at the side of sidewalks and streets. More lines running on poles, rather than simply coordinating the cooperation. And there's some arguments out there that say, well, these companies are making investments. Yes, on the public right-of-way. We're helping them do it. We're facilitating them to do this. We are contributing. They should also contribute. And the CRTC hasn't said those large companies can't make any money off this. They have clearly said that they have to give a wholesale rate, but that wholesale rate can include a profit to the company. And these companies are all doing these upgrades. We need to make sure that the smaller ISPs, those up-and-coming businesses, have a level playing field so that we break this monopoly of the large carriers and ensure that we have affordable access to the internet for all members, all families in our community. We're trying to bridge a digital divide that exists in our city and in our country, and it's going to start right here with ensuring that there's fairness in the marketplace for all the carriers. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I didn't until now read the full content of the motion, and it really comes down to a private sector between Bell and Rogers interpretation of the ruling. I need to declare an interest as my husband is employed by City TV, which is a company owned by Rogers Media.
Okay. Hold on. Did the staff get that?
I have Rogers cable. I get cable.
Councillor Al-Jamari?
Thank you. I'd like to declare an interest in the item that was brought forward by Councillor Robinson on Erskine. It's just come to my attention that Erskine is very near the property at Eglinton and Yonge, which I own. Thank you.
Is this, which one is this one?
Councillor Robinson brought up a motion for introduction.
Okay. We don't have that yet. Okay. All right.
Which one is this?
Yeah, Councillor Davis, do you have a point of order?
So I read in the paper that the mayor has taken a position on this matter, and I want to understand in what context the mayor took a position on this matter.
Which matter?
That is before us, that we're
at
debating right now.
We're at MM 12.4.
Yes. So in the paper today, it said the mayor has taken a position on this
I don't know.
matter,
I
and
didn't
so
read.
I want to understand in what context and whether or not there actually was a letter on behalf, or did the City of Toronto already take an official position on this?
Well, I don't know. This is the first time I've read this. So,
That is a question of the mover.
I don't know.
A question of the mover? Okay.
No, yeah, you put your name down, question.
All right.
the mover.
My name is down to question the
Okay.
mover, and I'm up first, so. Has the City of Toronto already, are you aware,
Councillor
the City
Davis,
of
hold
Toronto?
on, hold on. We're in speeches right now.
And I'm questioning the mover.
This is a member's motion. He didn't.
And I can question it, his motion.
But she runs the meeting, she has to call you.
Okay, but, okay.
I'm first up.
I have a point of order.
Okay, you got a point of order, okay. This is getting hilarious now. Okay, Councillor Shiner.
So, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I had held MM 12.26. We're not dealing with it at the moment, but we will be. I have to go down to my office where some people are. I was the one that held it, and I have no reason to hold it any further. So if, when you're finished the debate, and you can call it again, I have no reason to hold it, and it can be released.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Davis. Okay, so Councillor Davis has a question to Councillor Layton. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was a point of order, but I'm happy to ask it as a question while you seek advice on it. But are you aware, Councillor Layton, whether or not the city has taken an official position on this?
Yes, it's my understanding that the city has not taken an official position, unlike the City of Calgary, who submitted a December 21st letter from the mayor from City Council, roughly 30 pages long on this, and it's included in with the motion. But Mayor Tory submitted a letter on his behalf to the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary to Cabinet regarding the Bell position. The position...
So I don't know who to ask.
Don't know either.
And I would like to ask the city solicitor if that constitutes the position of this corporation. No, we have before us, I believe, a motion which I'm about to vote on, which may or may not be in conflict with a position that's been taken on our behalf already by the mayor.
I have no knowledge of this matter either. I don't know in what capacity the letter was written, whether it was in a personal capacity. Certainly, this was not considered by council.
Hold it down, okay? Okay, let's hold it down so we can figure out who can answer these questions. Thank you. And Councillor Ainslie and Councillor Cressy, you can speak later, or did you want to speak now? Okay, we'll hold it down. Let's continue. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you held down MM 12.8. The newsletter? Okay.
I just had some questions of staff on this.
Do you have yes. Okay, questions to staff.
Are they ready? Because
Okay, where's the staff to answer this question? But newsletters.
I'm asking a procedural question.
Yeah.
The office budget, Councillor's office budgets. Who can answer? Okay, here you are. Okay. Okay, there we are. Okay?
Yeah, so I was talking to the clerk about how much it costs to send out a newsletter, and she says that the costs vary because of the size of the wards now. So I'm just wondering, in the biggest ward, how much does it cost to send out a newsletter?
Counselor, I don't have that information in front of me. This was a report request, but the formula that these are based on is the following motion, which was passed in 2012. Each counselor be
I'm
entitled...
not, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt respectfully. So I'm just wondering, it seems to me that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and we'll go from there. But it seems to me that's not a very difficult question for us that you should be able to get from your staff and maybe just provide that information shortly. Is that an unfair proposition?
Unfortunately, my staff is away today. So I can try to get that answer for you, Counselor, but it's based on a formula which is based on ward households, which is based on the 2011 census. So it varies per ward.
Right. All right. Thanks. I don't have any further questions. I'll just briefly speak.
Okay.
I think many councillors will make their decision based on their own personal circumstances. They may not know what's going on in their neighbors' wards or maybe in other wards. I have a certain level of concern that this might be an initiative to increase the budgets so that people can, by and large, I think most councillors send out about 2 newsletters, and I have a certain level of concern that we're increasing our office budgets so that councillors can send out more and more communications, and that we have to show a certain level of economy in this process. The clerk has said to me, though, that it's a little bit more complicated than that, and that certain wards are so large that sending out one newsletter is becoming very, very expensive. So I'm happy to support the report with that new knowledge, but I am very concerned that this might be another way in which we try and increase our office budgets.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Just wanted to rise to follow that up very briefly, to note that in a ward like mine, where we now have nearly 100,000 residents, that we find that we are nearly unable to send out one newsletter to all the households. And so the motion in front of us does not prescribe the solution, but it does ask us to look at it. And as a councillor who is seeking to represent nearly 100,000 residents without the ability to mail even one to all of them, a review is something that I think, in the context of effective representation for our constituents, is a warranted action.
Okay, thank you. On the item, all in favor, opposed, if any, carried. I'm sorry, Councillor Holyday, did you want, oh, okay. I didn't hear you. Okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Sorry.
The item carries 25 to 7.
Okay. Councillor Shiner on MM 12.26, he held it down, but when he left, he asked that he would release it. That's 140 Merton Street.
You just went down the elevator.
No, I know, but he said to release it. Yeah, he's happy with it. So all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. The other item that was held down was MM 12.27. Councillor Holliday, you held that item down, that's City Hall. Yes? Do you have questions?
If I could speak.
Do you have questions to staff? No? Okay, to speak.
And I did have an amendment. Sure. I'll be extremely brief. I didn't have concern with the motion. I just wanted to add a piece to it. It's important to me that it be cost neutral to the taxpayer. I understand from Councillor Kelly that this is that this may be built into some of the reporting that's coming forward. The amendment is already drafted up. It's there. Choose to accept it or not. It quite simply asks for looking for ways to offset possible costs of opening up the deck. Hope you give it some thought. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers?
Okay?
Madam Speaker?
Councillor Mihevik?
Sorry, just to be equally as short, I think revenue generation is a good thing for many, many buildings. However, I don't think it's appropriate here at the seat of governmental power. It should be accessible to all, for all, at a free price. I think that's a basic principle of government, and so I'd urge members not to support that motion.
So are you asking a question?
No, I'm just speaking.
Oh, okay.
Really? You've noticed?
But there's another speaker before you.
Madam Speaker.
I thought you had a question.
Unlike you have all the panels there. When it was not, I did not see the panel that there were other speakers.
But he doesn't need to speak. Okay, you spoke. So Councillor Campbell has a question to Councillor Holliday on his motion.
Clarification of the motion. Councillor Holliday.
Having heard Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, it's much clearer. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mihevik. I suspect that your motion might be misinterpreted. You're not thinking of charging a fee for everybody who goes up there on a daily basis, are you?
I'm not thinking of anything right now. I'm going to put that to the city staff to consider that. Whether it's a quarter put into a turnstile, I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. I think the real piece in there are special occasion permits, which would be the real source of revenue. I don't think we would make a lot.
So if somebody's having a big Italian wedding up there, you might charge a fee as if they were renting a facility.
I don't even
As we
know if the
do.
space is suitable, but I would like that to be thought of in the
Why
report.
does it have to
sorry.
be an Italian
Sorry,
wedding?
it should have been a Greek.
Not a Greek wedding.
It should have been a
Not
Greek wedding. Yes, sorry. Yes, yes.
How about just a wedding?
Just-
a big wedding. I know you don't have a lot of friends, but.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
It was just a point of illustration, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I know, I understand.
Are we spooning again?
Anyone else?
So, okay, I think it's getting late. Okay. Councillor Thompson knows.
Councillor Mihevik to speak.
No, Councillor Thompson has a question.
I do, Speaker.
Has a question.
So as the seconder to the motion, and having had some discussions with Councillor Kelly about those very points that you've raised, it was determined that it would be best left to staff to come back with a proposal that could address those things. So I'm wondering, why is it not sufficient just to allow that to occur without expressing to staff any elements of detail or pricing or what sort of charges or fees that should be associated with respect to this situation?
So the motion before me doesn't mention anything about possible admission fees or permits. I thought it was prudent to make mention of the word revenue. Although I have not had time to research, I had heard stories of in the past that there was a fee to get up there. I had heard stories. I didn't want to revolve a speech
Councillor,
around
I'm
that.
just wondering if you could maybe withdraw your motion and just allow staff basically to come back with a
Well,
plan?
it's in addition, and if you want to vote against it,
I will be
won't
doing
hold it
so if
against
it
you. I don't have a
stands.
problem with that. It makes a statement, though, I think.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay, Councillor Matt Lowe to speak.
Simply to say, I too will be voting against Councillor Holliday's motion, but not because, and I hope most people will be with me on this. The debate about exactly how this gets paid for and all of that will come. I know that Councillor Kelly, Dad, has worked really hard. Six Dad has thought about, considerations as Councillor Holliday has brought up, and many other things. But he understands that it's important to go to staff, come back with some objective advice, and then we will work as a council to see if this is feasible or not. Last thing I want to, so I'm going to be voting against it, but not because I'm opposed to one thing or another. I just don't think that was, with respect, helpful, because it might have been better to have a conversation with the mover earlier to see if it was a contribution or not. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge, I think it's such a creative idea and such a lovely idea. And I just wanted to give a little gratitude to Six Dad for just, I think, coming up with a real city building idea right at the heart of City Hall. Thank you.
It's a shout out.
It's possible that councillors can have lunch there during council meetings. Councillor Mihevc, you would like to speak. You're up.
I'm good. I said my piece. Thank you very much.
You'll remember that. Okay, so we have the amendment by Councillor Holliday on the screen. Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
Councillor Fillion and Cole, when you're seated.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 8 to 27.
On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Perks, please, and thank you. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion carries 34 to 1.
Go. The item. MM 12.4, and Councillor Davis, you had some questions. I believe we have staff here to answer the questions now. Where are they? Yes. Okay, just one sec, Councillor Davis. There you go. Okay.
So my question is, have we taken a position as a City of Toronto on this matter?
Madam Clerk, I don't
Well-
believe City Council has taken a position on this.
Okay, so it's properly before us, and whatever communications the mayor communicated, it was not on behalf of the City of Toronto, is that? Okay, so on the question itself, so if I understand this matter, and I have to say I'm surprised that we weren't aware of it until this motion came forward, there's been a major decision by the CRTC. Calgary participated as well, and the CRTC found that the smaller ISPs should have access, and that the major incumbent companies had to do that. And so, is it not in the city's interest to take a position on this important matter? I don't know who to ask. Maybe it's the city manager.
I mean, I would offer that if council deems it an important matter, then it is.
Very good, Peter, very good.
Good answer.
We love you, Peter. Okay, I was actually, Speaker, I was asking questions of the mover. I don't know how we ended up on questions of staff.
No,
but-
because you had a question that nobody could answer the question. So we asked to hold the item down because we didn't know.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to have questions of staff and questions of the mover, but
Okay,
I'm
so-
happy to go to the mover and finish my questions of the mover, which is where I started.
Okay, yeah, okay, so we'll go to questions of staff, okay.
No.
Okay. Okay, so questions to staff include the questions to the mover of the motion. Okay? So, but first of all, we have a point of order. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe it's a question of order. Do we have the staff available to answer the questions that are in front of us?
Well, we did.
Okay. Just because of the nature of how this came before the council, I'm not sure that we have the staff prepared to answer some of the complexity of the questions that might be asked. But I may have, and other council members might have.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, maybe this item should just be referred to committee, which it should have been. Yeah, I know. I understand. Councillor Thompson, point of order?
Madam Speaker, I think I'd like to have the opportunity to be able to ask the CIO information on this very important matter. Is the CIO available? I understand economic development's here. I appreciate that, but it's about the internet. I'd like to have some questions about the Chief Information Officer, as opposed to Mr. Williams, who's from economic development.
Okay, he works at Metro Hall, so we can ask him to come. Do we want to wait?
No?
Well, there you are.
Can we stand this down? Can we refer?
Well,
Two more items left.
This is the last item.
Well, I would have questions naturally, but I don't want to wait either.
Refer to the next meeting.
May we refer to the next meeting of council?
Well, we've already voted to wait, but if...
So can we move to reopen and go through that process again, Madam Speaker?
You can move anything you want, Michael.
Okay, so Councillor Davis, what is the solution here? Yeah, okay, just a sec. But Councillor Thompson, you're up on a point of order.
Yes, that's...
Okay, but you can't move motions on a point of order.
No, so my question simply is that if the CIO is not able to come today, and I would have question, what can we then do with this matter? And I will now sit, Madam
Send it
Speaker.
over to the next meeting.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting, but
It's urgent, that's why
the only thing that I can suggest is that we defer to the next meeting.
on a point of order. On a point of order, Speaker?
Okay, then I really, I don't know what the council wants to do with this?
On a
Councillor
point of
Davis,
order.
What would you like to do?
I was simply seeking confirmation that this was properly before us and that we had not had a position taken on behalf of the council.
And that
that was clarified. So I was asking questions of the mover. We should move on with the debate. So that's what I'm asking, to complete my questions of the mover and have a vote on the matter.
Okay, we'll go with that. And then Councillor Thompson, if you want to put your name down, you can
ask
move to
a
refer it
question
later.
of the mover.
Okay. No, but he can reopen it. Yes, he can. He can. He can, Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor Davis, do you want to finish asking? You have two and a half minutes to ask question to Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis.
Okay, so to the mover, Councillor Layton. So this, as I understand it, the CRTC decision is being appealed to the Cabinet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the Cabinet is going to make a decision any day on this matter, and it's urgent that we take a position similar, as Calgary has done, one way or another, but...
Madam Speaker, my microphone's not on.
My clock is just ticking away.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Cabinet is going to make a decision on this matter any day now. The City of Calgary submitted their proposal at the beginning, at the end of January, at the end of December, and we are just now able to get a point, communicate the City of Toronto's decision or position to Cabinet.
So that's the urgency of doing it now.
They could be ruling on this any day now.
And your motion asks that we support the competitive approach and to confirm or support the decision of the CRTC?
This is consistent with the City of Calgary's position that it is, we should support and uphold the CRTC decision to allow for more competition for these, for this network.
And Internet access has certainly been identified by many as an equity issue, and it's important that we ensure that Internet is affordable as well for all residents of Toronto. Is
Yes,
that part of your...
in the report
question.
released yesterday,
It's not my
it
last
showed quite clearly that 40% of Torontonians of low-income households don't have access to the internet. One of the driving forces behind this is cost.
And the last thing has to do with the right-of-way. Calgary, I read the Calgary submission. They're concerned about continued interventions on the right-of-way.
Constant cuts of the utility cuts and the addition of on-street boxes that have to accompany some of these technologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to members of council, where you have your name questioned to staff, you're asking questions either to Councillor Layton or to staff. Okay, so if you have questions, put it in, request to question staff. Councillor Campbell. Okay, Councillor Karygiannis, just move your name. You could take your name off there. Okay. Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Question is, what's the definition of affordable and what's inaffordable? And that's the question. I have a question to the mover of the motion. What is defined as affordable and what is unaffordable?
That's not something that I'm in any capacity to answer.
Okay, all right. Then because that's in number 1 of the motion. And it mentions a monopoly, but do not multiple companies provide internet service, which would by definition not be a monopoly?
Yes. Some companies own some of the utility equipment that's out in the ground, and some access them as ISPs. They buy time on them essentially.
So, how many providers are there of internet service?
You're asking me a question I'm not quite in the position to answer.
Does staff have an answer to that? How many providers of internet service are there to the?
You can't really wander like
Staff
that.
doesn't know. I can't? No. Well, I've been given license by the chair to ask either of the mover or of staff.
Did you? Oh. Well, I
We
didn't
do
know.
have staff here answering the questions.
Well,
Can
Madam
anybody
Chair,
answer the question?
In fairness, I don't expect them to have answers to questions that they haven't had an opportunity to research. But I thought I would put it anyway. They're probably as likely of knowing the answer to that as I am. Do we know, given this matter is before us, Madam Speaker, because of its urgency, and so rather than refer it to Executive Committee, it's an urgent matter. And my question is, when is the Cabinet expected to deal with this?
It's my understanding is it's before them right now. The comment period has lapsed. It was a majority, I believe, over the holiday break. And the moment I got news that the City of Calgary and others had taken a position and the City of Toronto as a council had not, is when I brought the motion forward.
So if cable companies or internet companies were in fact to lower their prices, subsidizing internet usage, would not the mover of the motion expect that they would up their prices somewhere else to compensate for the loss in this particular segment of their business? And so you might have cell phones prices increasing, cell phone plans.
The CRTC ruling actually says that the companies, they don't have to subsidize, the large corporations don't have to subsidize the smaller carriers to provide it. They can actually provide, they just have to provide it at a wholesale rate plus a margin for profit. So this isn't, I'm not making this up, right? This is from the CRTC, it's a ruling, they do it every couple years, and it's being appealed. So I'm not just coming up with new policy here. I'm saying that the City of Toronto should support the CRT's decision, which the purpose of the CRT decision was to provide for greater affordability and to break the monopoly or the duopoly, like you described it, break that and allow for these other carriers to come in, much like they do for cell phone technology.
So Councillor Davis made reference to correspondence by the mayor. Do we know if the mayor has made correspondence in this regard? I don't know.
Yes, he has.
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker. So I had a question off the CIO. Is he here? I don't see him. So I'll stand down until we can get him.
Is he coming? We can't reach him.
We're trying to find him. Rob is in Metro Hall, so we're trying to find him.
So, Speaker, Speaker, if that is in fact the case, what provision is available to me at this point to ask for a deferral of this item?
Wait, you can put your name
When
down.
I speak?
You can put your name
Okay,
down.
my name is
and
down
you-
for speaking
You can
then.
move referral.
So then I will stand down with respect to not being able to ask questions, and I will speak to a deferral at the appropriate time.
Okay,
I'll be requesting a deferral.
thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got questions of staff, and then I got questions of the mover, if that's okay. To staff, through you, Madam Chair, do we know, have you got a sense when Cabinet will be making a decision?
No.
Thank you. Can I direct my question to the Councillor?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Layton, I'm just wondering if you would you like to reconsider that we maybe want to defer this until staff gives us some reassurance as to when Cabinet is going to be moving? I appreciate the fact that you might have some insight, but Cabinet has its own schedule and its own priorities, and I'm not sure if what you're telling us is right or wrong. I mean, staff doesn't seem to know, so unless you're looking at a crystal ball, I would say to you that we might be off.
What we're told is that Cabinet is considering this right now. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be 3 weeks from now. The fact is we've missed our window to submit a formal statement. If we would like to make a statement about this and ensure competitive rates within internet usage, which will help provide access to many families in our own city and our communities, then we have to make a statement now. The City of Calgary, and I appended this to it, gave a very, very complex and a very thorough analysis of this, about how this impacts cities, how this impacts families and cities, and how this impacts the major and minor
Going
characters.
back, you said we missed our window of opportunity.
There's a formal window for comment on cabinet appeals, or at least I'm told. This may be something that you
Sorry.
understand better. We have missed that window.
Sorry, no disrespect, but I'm a little cloudy. I'm told, where do we get the information?
Speaker, I'm not understanding the line of questioning. Just using up time. I don't get it.
I'm not using up time. I've been told the cabinet is
your own
going.
time.
Fine, but I'm told the cabinet is going to be, is thinking about this and the Minister of Window of Opportunity. Where do you get all this information from?
Okay, Councillor Karygiannis is asking a question about the mover on the motion.
Madam Chair, we're told that there's a window of opportunity we missed. I asked staff if we missed this. They said no. I'm asking the mover if he's got knowledgeable information that he can share with us so we can make a knowledgeable based decision.
You've been up there,
Besides,
you know how this
besides, I mean, like, I've been told, missed our window of opportunity. I'd like to know more specific.
Councillor
facts, if I may.
Karygiannis, you know very well that there's a process that for cabinet appeals from CRTC decisions. There's a defined timeline to comment on the appeals. We have missed that timeline because of lack of information. I brought that information forward when it was received to me, and I think if we want to make a statement like the Mayor Nenshi did from Calgary about the need for more affordable and more competition within the internet providers,
You're not
that we
aware-
need to make a statement.
You're not sure the windows of opportunity and who and where else. Thank
So
you.
I detailed very clearly to you just now that our official window of opportunity to submit comment has closed. We missed that, and I hope that we will still submit a comment, because what essentially is going on is a political appeal of a regulatory decision.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Speaker, question to staff on this. Has the federal government or the CRTC at any time come to the city and requested our input on this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, not to my knowledge, no.
Have they requested any municipalities? Do they come to us for telecommunications issues from time to time? Never seen it?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. Anna's saying that from time to time, we will get, they will open for consultation.
But in this instance, they did not come to us.
But they don't come to us.
Okay.
Not directly to us, they may consult stakeholders, of which municipalities are often stakeholders.
Okay, so we're on our own. We're set here whether or not we're going to make a statement. In practice, over history, has our unsolicited statements to the federal government ever made a difference? Has anyone even listened to them?
The mayor has taken a position.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't think we could comment on the impact that anybody, any stakeholder statements say on federal policy. I mean,
Okay, fair enough.
I
To
really
the mover,
couldn't
if I may.
comment on
Councillor Layton, sorry. Could you clarify to me what you're hoping to achieve with this motion, considering no one's asked us for our opinion?
So several other municipalities have submitted their opinions. Calgary
Right.
probably having the most robust analysis of this
Okay.
information, and they've participated in hearings throughout. It's outlined in my motion, but more directly in Calgary's submission, that had we had more time to put staff's analysis to it, I have no doubt that we would have come to similar conclusions. But there are impacts to cities.
Okay, did you submit anything in your capacity as councillor?
Pardon me?
Did you submit anything as your capacity as councillor during the period?
That's precisely what's in front of us now. I was only made aware of this through actually a news report that showed that the city of Calgary was taking such a strong position. I was surprised to see that we weren't doing the same.
Is this any different than petitioning the government about the price of milk, the price of gas, the price of airfare, the price of electricity, all sorts of things that affect our lives?
Councillor, that's where you're actually wrong. That's where you're dead wrong. What's going on here is there's a regulatory decision by a regulatory body, it's being appealed in a political fashion to Cabinet. It's quite common that governments do comment on this. If you look at the Canadian Gazette in this regard, there's a list of both companies and governments making submissions in this regard. So it's quite common. I'm not breaking new ground here.
No, so the purpose of this motion is to jump into the ring in a federal fight over a federal matter and bring the city in on it.
Councillor, with respect, it's a matter that it impacts both the residents of Toronto and us as a city council. We have to deal with the utilities as they do work in our city. We also have a fundamental responsibility to our residents to ensure that they have access to all of these various things. Did you know, and this is a rhetorical question, but in answer to yours, did you know that access to the internet is beginning to be defined as a human right rather than just one of these nice to have? So if we are a city of Toronto are going to represent our residents in matters that affect them on the federal level, which we do have a jurisdiction for. We have positions in our city manager's office to that regard. We should be making comments on these fundamental matters that hit them in the pocket.
So it is your belief to get into matters that are of federal jurisdiction using taxpayer money and get into those fights. I want to make sure that that's the direction. And if there's a fight over the price of gas or the price of electricity, I want to hear it. And if there's a fight over electricity, we should get into electricity prices or milk prices or donut prices, whatever it is that the fight is.
This is a regulatory matter that's being decided politically at the Cabinet table that will affect our citizens, our residents, and affect us as a government. It'll affect all of us here, and we should be at that table. And perhaps you may forget, we've actually had debates here on electricity rates. We have contributed to that dialogue because we have a responsibility to.
Okay,
But they haven't asked us for our opinion. They haven't asked us, to be clear.
Councillor, they posted it in the Gazette. Several other municipalities have responded from across the country. If you think that you want to remain quiet while this goes on, well, that's fine with you, but it's not for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we continue, just want to welcome, there is a U of T class in the council chambers, blogging, the Just City, and their instructor, Sean Micallef. Welcome. Do you know anything about IT? Do you? Because we don't. Okay, next question is Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure who am I addressing my question
don't
to.
know.
It might be the mover or
Councillor Layton.
staff. Well,
there
just
is-
to the speaker, I guess.
But actually, there is staff coming. They should be here in approximately 5 minutes, did you say?
Okay, I
That
guess
was about 10 minutes.
I'll just address to you, and
Well,
if you want to answer, pop up, and if they
Do my best.
do
yeah.
we want to hold the item down until he gets here? But the staff are on their way. Okay. Councillor Cole, just ask the question, whoever wants to answer.
To you, Madam Speaker. I'm just kind of trying to get clear on process because I know it was mentioned about windows and timelines and who we're appealing to. And it was, on one hand, there's a sense of urgency. On one hand, we've missed a window. And so I think we should opine on this. I just want to know what's now the mechanism besides a council motion for us to do that. I'm asking the Speaker.
Okay, well, it's the council motion. That's all we have
No,
before us.
through the Speaker, sorry, to, you know.
Does staff want to comment on it? How about the solicitor? Can the solicitor answer? You're the lawyer.
Oh, well, yeah, don't have all the magic answers, and I'm sorry I didn't hear the councillor's question. But there has been some discussion around what's our role, how do we get involved?
Sorry, just my time's running and I didn't ask that, so.
Oh,
can I
I'm
just-
sorry.
Sorry, my question is just, there's a process here that on one hand I'm being told is there's an urgency to it, and at the same time we've missed our window to opine or participate. So I just don't see how those square. So I think we should opine on this. How do we do that now?
I guess the way to do it would be to pass the motion that's in front of you, and it would go to the cabinet table, I'm assuming, to be considered with all of the other submissions.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to. And so I've heard Calgary Council pass the motion.
I understand from the materials that they have made a submission, an actual formal submission.
So was it? But I heard two things. I heard their council and I heard the mayor.
I think there is a covering letter from the mayor of Calgary saying the city of Calgary submits the attached submission, and then there is a fairly lengthy document that sets out their position.
And just as we kind of lurch for guidance, have other, I just keep hearing Calgary, Ottawa, Hamilton, Montreal.
That I don't know. I really have no idea who else might have made submissions.
Mike?
So I know that the mayor of Ottawa submitted a letter, but just about as long as our mayor's letter that was submitted. So about a 1.5 page notice. And I believe Hamilton, not Hamilton, I don't know, I don't have the Gazette. I'm looking to someone who did the research, who could probably come to the floor and give us all the answers that we need. But who shouldn't, that wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, so Hamilton and Ottawa.
There's a handful of other municipalities. I don't know if they were the municipalities or mayor. I know in the case of Ottawa, it was not the council, it was the mayor directly, as is the case for Toronto.
Okay, so Hamilton and Ottawa expressed similar concerns to what you're putting forward?
I don't know, I can't confirm Hamilton. Ottawa submitted a letter in favor, as did Mayor Tory, in favor of the Bell appeal.
Okay, so it's
contradictory to Calgary's
Calgary and
position.
Ottawa have different opinions. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the mayor of Ottawa and the city of Calgary.
Okay.
Because I don't believe it was a council-wide decision from.
And is there, again, to the room, audience, Councillor Layton, do we know what the kind of this D-Day is for Cabinet?
So we don't. There's a period of posting from the Canadian Gazette, and if we go back in our days of learning politics at university or in high school, there's a defined period to comment on matters like this. That has passed.
Okay.
So what we would essentially be doing here
Now we have all the time in the world?
is a political appeal. We don't know what their agenda paper looks like. I don't believe that's something that's published on any regular basis. Our esteemed parliamentarian from years past, otherwise known as Sixth Dad, may have that information. But sadly, I can't read the Liberal cabinet agenda.
Would Beyond the Sixth Dad, would Google or something maybe give us an answer to this timing question?
My understanding is it could happen at any time.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Fruits, I didn't think you wanted.
Thank you.
He wants to get fired up.
What happened, Councillor Perruzza? You took your name off?
You know what? Yeah, no, first the thing was just going off.
Okay, that's fine.
Back on the rails, I'm okay.
That's okay. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
I think it also helped that Councillor Matlow and I stood there and said, don't even think about it, Councillor. So, Madam Speaker, I seconded this notice of motion, and I did it based on in particular, the first clause and the last clause. I think it's very important when it comes to internet service that there be somewhat of a level playing field. And I've heard the comments from one of our colleagues about, this is strictly a federal matter. Well, in my area, I have 2 neighborhood improvement associations. I have a huge concentration of TCHC buildings with tenants. The local schools, one of the largest complaints I hear from people is the inability to get internet access. And as a city, we're doing a lot of different things. If you look at the Toronto Public Library, our poverty reduction strategy, one of the things is that we're trying to do is people can check out a mechanism that allows you to get Wi-Fi. So as a Toronto Public Library, that's one of the mechanisms that we're looking at doing to providing low internet usage. I get a lot of kids all the time from the TCHC buildings. They can't understand why there's only 6 computers in the local library, and that they might have to wait 3 or 4 hours to get internet. One of the things that's changing in the curriculum now is it's becoming more internet-based when kids are expected to do their studies. So if they can't do it at home, they go to the local public library. Or worst case scenario, I've heard stories that kids, they park themselves in the principal's office after school because they know they can't wait 4 hours at the local public library. They're in a TCH or a lower income home and they can't afford internet at home, let alone trying to get a laptop or a computer in their home. It's a huge problem. And when I read this decision or looked at it, and I'm not really looking at whether it's Bell or Rogers, or I think there's 50 internet service providers now from coast to coast in this country. I'm looking at from it purely as a city councillor, what leverage can I do to help bring internet service into my community so that I have a much stronger community. Because, one of the bases of having a strong community is making sure that children in your community are educated. Whether it's grade school, where I have lots of kids now in my community, they're in grade 2, they know how to use an iPad better than I do. But they need that internet service. They need it in grade school, middle school, high school. They can't always afford it at home. And any mechanism that I can find that will help increase the ability of bringing internet service into a home, define affordable, I can begin to define affordable. But I think it's important to make it as cost effective as possible for as many people as possible to have internet service in their home. We're doing our best as a city in our Toronto Public Library, for example, but I think we have an obligation as a city council in the largest municipality in Canada that our voice should be heard at the table, and we should be representing our residents both at the cabinet table, and if you're talking to your local MP about this, these same thoughts should be expressed to your local MP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak. Councillor Cressy?
Okay, I'll try for him.
I don't know. All right. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to move the consideration of this item be deferred until the March 30th and 31st, 2016 meeting. I was going to move to government management because we waived deferral because it's got to come back here. But I agree with Councillor Thompson, a lot of my colleagues, we are totally confused what we're voting on here.
Yes.
And I'd rather vote no than to be voting. We have a letter from the mayor that's been sent in we don't have, and there's mass confusion. We don't know when they're going to hear this. So I think this is the smart thing to do is defer it till the next meeting, and we have the proper staff to answer questions, because I think there's a lot of confusion here in this chamber on what really we are voting on. And if that doesn't pass, I'll just be voting no, because I don't think we know what we're voting on.
Okay, so now members of council can speak on the deferral for 2 minutes and put your name in the middle of request to question. So Councillor Perks, 2 minutes on the deferral.
3 quick points, members. First point, the federal cabinet can, at its sole pleasure, consider this at any moment, and we miss our opportunity to stand up for the public interest. Second point, the one thorough piece of work done on behalf of municipalities is that submission from the City of Calgary. It's available to you. You can find it on the parliamentary website right now. I'll send you the link if you want to consider it during the debate. And it's attached to Councillor Layton's motion as well. Third point, be clear in your mind. This isn't just about whether or not municipalities have citizens who would benefit from less expensive internet. It's also about municipal access agreements. Some of the questioners of Councillor Layton were saying, where's the municipal interest? Where's the municipal interest? Well, any of you who've ever had a road torn up by Bell or Rogers know where the municipal interest is. It is federal law that we must allow these guys to tear up our streets and put their infrastructure in place. That's right, the federal government puts a requirement on us that this service, internet service, be made available on our streets. They demand the use of our infrastructure. It is absolutely in our interest, therefore, to make sure that that use of a public asset is done in the best interest of Torontonians. Someone has said that they find this a confusing debate. Well, that's unfortunate for them. For me, it's not confusing in the least. It's a simple matter. Do you or do you not want to take your opportunity to protect the interests of neighborhoods and the citizens who live within them? I think it's your duty. Vote against the deferral.
Thank you. And before we continue, I'd just like to welcome Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic School. It's here. Councillor Layton on the deferral, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking against my friend Councillor Grimes' motion to defer. I believe, as has been outlined quite clearly by Councillor Perks, there is urgency to this decision. The Cabinet could make the decision at any point in time. We missed the window. It's a rather short window, but we missed that window after Bell's appeal of the CRTC decision. This is fundamentally about the impact this will have both on the affordability and the competitive nature and rates of internet in the City of Toronto. That will impact many individuals and families across our city, those that are struggling to pay their bills. They're gaining internet access so that they can participate in our community, both through their schools, in the research that they do, in our community services that we provide for them, as well as efforts to find employment. It's a fundamental right that people should have access to. We should ensure that the CRTC decision is to be upheld. Any deferral will bring us further from this comment period, and in fact, we could miss our ability to submit a comment together as a municipality. The City of Calgary have put together a detailed response. I included that when we circulated the motion so that we would all have the benefit of that information. I was hopeful that the City of Toronto would take a similar decision because of just how fundamental this is. I was proud that Councillor Ainsley seconded the motion with me in order for us to move this forward. There is value in us making a decision here. Even though we have missed the official comment period, this is a political appeal to a political body. We are the country's largest city. If we want to have a similar voice, we should be doing that now. I would just say further that the letter submitted by the mayor, that would be our standing comment on this, if we don't comment now, is in fact in favor of Bell's position, which will drive up internet costs and not in fact allow for the competition that we are looking for in order to have affordable rates and a more competitive environment.
Thank you. Okay, apparently, I think Councillor Perks has it.
I gave my copy to staff.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Perruzza, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not at all confused about what's in front of us. The Canadian Radio and Telecommunications Corporation, which is an agency of the federal government, which has jurisdiction in this area. And I understand Councillor Holyday was trying to make a point earlier that we as Toronto City Council shouldn't be getting into an area of what otherwise is federal jurisdiction because we have no business there. Because Torontonians have no business. We're not part of the Federation. We're not part of the Government of Canada. We're not part of, the Canadian fabric, let's say. I disagree with that. But I don't just disagree with that from the perspective of we should be making comment on this. And the CRTC, as part of its decision-making, consults with Canadians, all Canadians.
Councillor Perruzza, you have to speak on the deferral.
On
Why
what?
you don't agree with the deferral?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Speaker.
Well, that's not what you're telling us.
Yes, I am. If you would let me get to the point,
You only have 30 seconds.
can I get my 30 seconds back that you just ate up?
No.
We as a city council spend a great deal of money on internet services on behalf of Torontonians. The CRTC decision would appear to make the provision of internet services somewhat more competitive, which many of you folks yesterday used that argument to say that you bring down rates. Well, I think bringing down rates is a good thing, and I believe that we should be making a decision. There is nothing confusing that's before us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, 2 minutes on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be voting against the deferral. I'm not sure what information that you can gather or garner a month from now that you don't already have. For me, the first clause, the first few words in the clause, City Council support competitive and affordable internet prices for residents and support the CRTC decision of July 2015. If you go to the Canadian Internet Registry Association, they've got a fact book. One of the facts that they will tell you right off the bat is that there are no individuals that use the internet more in the world than Canadian citizens. And I think, when I've said before, when you talk about one of the most important aspects of that internet usage is education and making sure that people have affordable and available internet usage. We're trying to do the best we can with our public libraries. There's a huge component, though, here as the largest municipality in Canada. We should be using that leverage with the CRTC to make sure that we have internet usage available to as many people as possible right across this city. So I ask you not to support the deferral and to support the four recommendations that are before us. I think they're all pretty clear and that we should be moving forward those and making a decision today. Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you
on
very
the
much,
deferral.
Madam Speaker. Considering that this is a matter that is now before Cabinet and a decision can be made any day, I think that we need to not necessarily take ourselves away from the discussion, but ask ourselves why haven't we been involved more sooner? The fact that the City of Calgary has been actively participating in those submissions regarding the CRTC rulings and the hearings, which only initiates those review once every 5 years, means that we actually are falling far, far behind. The fact that it's come on the floor of Council as a member of motion with an urgency, and we almost didn't deal with it if we were not able to waive the notice, tells me that we have actually been asleep at the wheel. Of course, internet affordability is a primary interest to all residents of Toronto. I would argue all residents of Canada and beyond. But the fact that we actually are now trying to play catch up is shameful. To even defer this matter, to say that we need more time to consider it, you might as well say to Ottawa right now, we just don't care. We don't care at all what the cost of affordability is, whether or not internet is affordable to our residents. We actually have no say whatsoever whether or not you want to come in and rip up our roads, our right-of-way, our pedestrian walkways at any given time, because that's exactly what happens now. And in the Calgary submissions, they brought up very clearly that one of their primary concerns is that they did not want companies going into their roads and their streets, ripping up their infrastructure at any time without notice, which is exactly what happens now. Recently, I tried to relocate a bell line, and it was going to cost us $750,000 to relocate a bell line so we can plant some trees on Church and Shooter. You tell me that it doesn't have municipal interest, I would argue differently. I was just passed a note by the co-chair of the Disabilities Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. I'm just going to end off with her words. Rahima, thank you very much for being here. And this is what Rahima has to say, Rahima Mullen. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor.
I just want to finish this one thought. Extremely limited internet use at public library. Internet will also provide equality in social lives. Those living with disabilities can't afford those tools. They need to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Coe, 2 minutes on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Wong-Tam is right. We were asleep at the wheel. We should have taken this more seriously. We should have been on this earlier, but we weren't. The window has closed. Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please?
Councillor Perusa, please stop interrupting.
So we have missed the window. Therefore, while we should opine on this, and we can, and it's our right to do so, and we do so on many matters that are of federal nature that have an impact on the city, it is not urgent. We have missed the window, and we have the time where we should then have informed staff, and instead of them doing Google searches and running around trying to show us this information on iPads, that we can have them ready to give us the information we need, ask the questions we need. We have missed the submission window. This is no longer urgent for that reason. We can wait a month, have our answers properly, our questions properly answered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis on the deferral.
It is unfortunate that we don't have staff here who can answer these questions, and they should have been. This is a report that has been in the public agenda now for some time. And it is urgent. Yes, we not only missed the CRTC hearing stage, we're about to miss the opportunity to provide a submission to the political level, to the Cabinet of the Government of Canada. There is absolutely no question that the submissions that were from community-based organizations and from the City of Calgary expressed support for the CRTC decision. And there is also no question that we have something called the digital divide. There are those that have access and those who do not. And that if we continue to have the highest internet prices practically in the world, we will continue to deepen that divide. The CRTC is a third-party agency whose job it is to mediate and to come to some conclusions. An appeal to the political level to overturn the decision of the CRTC is something we can comment on. This decision happened in October. It is now February. So if we don't decide now, I suggest that we will have the likelihood of missing that window. And the information has been in our agendas that could have been read, and I do believe that we have an interest in taking a position, and I find it actually quite concerning that our mayor has taken a position and that we weren't consulted on it. And so I think we need to take a position to uphold the decision of the CRTC, which represents the public interest, not the interest
Thank
of the
you,
two
Councillor
corporations who own 91%.
Thank you,
of this
Councillor
sector.
Davis. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, and I won't speak over there, but I'm ready. I've read the report of Calgary. It's really very, very thorough. They kind of did our work for us. I think that the CRTC made a thorough ruling, and it was a very smart ruling, and they went through hours and hours of hearings, listening to both sides, and they came up with, and they don't usually come up with such progressive moves forward, but it must have been such a compelling case that that's what they came up with. So I'm ready to vote. If we don't, and if we do defer it, I think that at a minimum we should bring it back for a thorough submission, even if we've missed it. But in the meantime, I would suggest that people look very carefully through Calgary. Calgary gives us the way forward. As the person who's responsible for moving forward on poverty reduction, I can tell you that we are already being asked by libraries, by hubs, by community rooms, by TCH, to put in free access to the internet, because our students, our children, and our families, and our job-seeking parents have no ability to communicate, and they've been really left out. So this is an essentially important decision for council. I'm sorry that we weren't up to speed, and on December the 21st, as Calgary had already finished theirs, that we weren't at least starting it. So it seems to me that the window hasn't entirely closed, and that we should take the opportunity of the daylight that's just at the moment peeking through.
Thank you. Councillor Cho, 2 minutes on the deferral.
Call the question.
Well, there's one speaker left. Okay. The question has been called.
Speaker Raymond.
No, there'll be more and more.
Only one speaker left. Yeah, come on. These are deferrals. 2 minutes.
That's right, no more speakers.
Are we on the referral, or is this to call the question?
This is to
Calling the question.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion to call the question carries 24-8.
This is on the deferral.
Okay, so we're voting on the deferral by Councillor Grimes. Can we put the motion on the screen? Okay, the recorded vote. Okay. Motion's on the screen.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Palacio.
The motion to defer does not carry. The vote is 11-21.
Okay, Councillor Cressy, next speaker.
No, Joe.
Question. I'm not calling to question, but I will keep my remarks brief, so you can be thankful for that. I would say there's been a lot of questions asked, some confusion surrounding this. I think at its core, this is a relatively, and should be, clear matter. It's about affordability, it's about fairness, and it's about the digital age at its core. Internet access today is essential. It's essential if you're a student. It's essential if you're looking to access and use government services. And it's an essential if you're looking for a job. In today's age, having access to the internet is equated with having access to society, being a productive, working member of society. And so, the rationale and the reason behind this motion is that philosophy, but it's more than that. It's that 40% of low-income people in Canada don't have access. 40%. So if this is a prerequisite to being an engaged member of society, we're making it harder for 40% of those who live in this country. But even for those who can afford internet access, the cost in Canada is among the highest rates for internet access in the world. And so for 40%, well, you don't even have access. For the rest of you, you're paying too much. in concert with a developed digital economy around the world. And so it seems to me that this is a decision in front of us, given the urgency and the fact that it's at the cabinet table, requires our position, requires us to take a stand, and I think it should be a clear matter, and I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, by the way, I thought that was a lovely speech, Councillor Cressy. No, it was. And I heard some other very nice speeches today, too. And for me, this is certainly all about affordability, accessibility, challenging the digital divide, and allowing for more fair competition. And I'm very happy to support Councillor Layton's motion to be able to have that be the formal submission of this city. I just wanted to add, though, that there was some talk earlier about the mayor's position. I don't think it's helpful at all to make this into a debate about the mayor. The mayor has a position. The mayor of Toronto's position is very similar to the mayor of Ottawa's position. Our position, if we support Councillor Layton's motion, will be more similar to Calgary's position. And there's going to be a diversity of different opinions. I know what position I'm taking, but let this vote be actually focused on the issue and not about the personalities surrounding the issue today. Thank you.
I don't think anybody made it an issue. The fact that I commented.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise perplexed, actually. But let me explain. I think clearly we're all interested in fairness. We're all interested in cheaper, more affordable internet service for everyone, quite frankly. We're also wanting to ensure that the opportunities around jobs and those who are not making a lot of monies are able to have access to the features and being able to utilize the internet. My challenge is, though, and certainly I'm not here to pine for the big internet providers. I, too, have concerns about how much I pay personally, how much my family pays. So I'm not here to kind of laud them and to suggest somehow that we give them an unfair advantage or a continued monopoly. What I'm concerned with respect to this particular process is that, A, we haven't done a thorough analysis and assessment and having had discussions with all of the different folks who are interested in this, the mayor and the Mayor of Toronto, Mayor of Kitchener-Waterloo, that we're working on the whole tech corridor process. We are working with a number of companies in terms of startups and so on. There's a whole value and opportunity for us to create economic development and economic empowerment. And clearly the internet provides that opportunity. So a lower cost internet service would be great in terms of all those component parts. However, I don't think we know enough in terms of being able to say simply that we just simply lend our voice to the Calgary position versus to that of our mayor and or the mayor of Ottawa. It strikes me as being interesting, though, because this is about, as the motion talks about competition, it's about fairness, it's about the ability to ensure that internet companies or internet is made more affordable as companies compete for dollars and so on. The last time I checked, City of Toronto did not own a telco company. But last time, if my memory serves me correctly, Calgary does. And so it is about, obviously, a position that Calgary has taken that suggests that they're competing in that marketplace and in that particular space. And so we need to understand that. We need to understand that whole process. I'm not advocating that people should be paying more. I'm not advocating that people who are in need of greater internet services, should not get it. I'm advocating that they should. What I don't understand at this point is what is our overall position other than simply saying we want to lend our voice to making it more affordable and more equitable and so on. I'm not sure that that is going to actually be a real position that we'll land at. I don't know that at this point. I think we actually have to have a position. I think we have to develop a model. I think we actually have to develop a made-in-Toronto solution based on all of the parameters that we actually have in place about economic development, about social inclusion, about social development, about at-risk neighborhoods, about services in our library. We talked about we only have 2 or 3 computers in our libraries. That's available. Well, what does that have to do with the price of the internet? Does that make it any cheaper? Does that make it any more expensive? I submit to you that it actually does not. I think if we really want to help people and help those, obviously, that we all talk about here today, then we really need to have a plan. Simply just putting a position out to Ottawa or the Cabinet or whoever else is going to assess this, I don't think that's sufficient. What I think we need to do, not dissimilar to what Calgary has done, and I understand Calgary's position. We had a telco many years ago. We sold it, right? And we have utility poles. We sold them. And so what I think we really need to do is develop a position. And so that's why I'm uncomfortable just to simply say, for those reasons that's listed in this motion, we simply just support what's in front of us. I think in anything that we do, we have to develop a business case. There's a need and necessity for that to really look adequately at what our requirements are. So it isn't that I'm supporting Bell Canada. God knows I would not support Bell Canada because of the cost. God knows I would not be supporting Rogers. We pay a tremendous amount of monies on a daily, weekly, monthly basis for our internet service and using our cell phones and so on. I talk to friends in Europe and in Africa and places like that, and they laugh at me when I tell them the amounts that I pay for my internet. They cannot believe how much we pay here in Canada. So I'm not out there advocating for those large companies. I want better service. I want lower rates and so on. But I want a plan that details that. Right now, I don't have that plan, and that's my discomfort with what we're doing here today. It may very well be too late to go to Ottawa anyway, so let's have a plan.
Got to get out of here. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is the plan. It's real simple, actually. The CRTC makes decisions on these matters, and from what I read here, is that the CRTC basically said that you need to have more competition in providing internet services. That's basically, in a nutshell, what they said. I often hear from my friends here on the floor of council that more competition leads to lower rates. How many of you have said that? Councillor Holliday has said it many, many times. Councillor Cole, Councillor Thompson. Competition, more people, lower rates. Sometimes they make it sound like it's a no-brainer. So the CRTC has said, we want more competition. Now, the federal government publishes what's called the Canadian Gazette. I'm not an ardent reader of the Canadian Gazette. All right? However, we have a councillor here who actually tuned into the Canadian Gazette, which said that the CRTC has made a decision on this matter. In doing that, they invite submissions, and they like to hear from Canadians, of which we are very much a part of, as individuals and as a city. They say, we would like to hear your views on this matter. Verbally, they hold hearings. In writing, send us a letter. By email, I presume, through the internet, a number of other ways you can make your views known. We missed that. We missed that opportunity because none of us tuned in to the Gazette. Well, now, after the CRTC has made the decision, and it would seem to be a decision in favor of more competition. Many of my conservative friends here on the floor of council should be jumping up and saying, hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, Hooray for more competition! We rarely get that. I'm befuddled to hear them say we're confused. We don't get it. We don't understand what's in front of us. So defer it to another day. Were you confused about more competition? Okay. That's all this says. So, Bell, who the decision runs against, has appealed the CRTC decision to the federal cabinet, to the minister responsible. We're confused about that too, I presume, and that process. So what Councillor Layton has done with the motion in front of us today, it says you missed that opportunity, you didn't read the Gazette, you didn't do it as individuals, although some of us have. However, we have this wonderful opportunity now to do it as a city council, not only on behalf of council, which is a heavy user of internet services. We pay a heavy, heavy, heavy price tag for internet services, but also on behalf of Torontonians, whom we represent. To be able to weigh in and say, we like the CRTC decision that creates more competition. That sounds pretty simple to me. It's clear as drinking water. I have no problem with that. But I understand as well some of the confusion that some of my colleagues find themselves in wanting to defend a particular individual's actions. I say to you, you also represent yourselves in Torontonians as well.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker.
This is the, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Speaker. So, what we've been talking about today is better, faster, cheaper, more widespread access to internet in the city. And I'm the first person to stand here and say I want that. I'm going to be the last person to stand here and say I want that, maybe, maybe not. I think everybody on this council would say that. And if that was the extent of our submission today, I think that would fly right through. But it's not. It's not what we're saying. It's what has been sold as. What we're doing here is intervening into a CRTC process. And I'm not qualified to do that. I can talk about the public policy issue at the front, about access and cost, and probably competition is good. I don't know. That's their job to figure out. So the caution I have in this, or the concern that I have in this, is that we're following the lead of Calgary. We're riding on the coattails of their report. They've done the work. They've gone through this for months to put this together. I have no idea if the circumstances in Calgary match the circumstances of Toronto. In fact, I get my advice not from the report right here, I get it from those people over there, city staff. But you know what? We didn't even ask for a report. Perhaps the speaker after me may opt to do that, to get advice from our staff about what side of a CRTC discussion we should be on. But in the absence of that advice, I don't think we should be putting our nose into it, because I really don't know. I'll stand here for the record. I'll invite any other councillor to do that, to say, absolutely, we want cheaper prices in the city. We want more access. Beyond that, I really don't know where this will take us. Maybe it will end up worse. Maybe it will end up better. I'm not willing to take the chance. And in the absence of clarity, the answer's got to be no.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, we only have 2 more items left. Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll be very brief. I'm going to
Okay.
support the motion. and here's the perspective that I have on it. The agency that's designed to adjudicate on these matters is the CRTC. It was that forum that heard all the arguments by people and organizations and governments that have an interest in this particular topic. It's been appealed to the Government of Canada, and I read this submission as support for the CRTC. Nothing more than that. So I'm delighted to be able to vote in favor of this motion. But having said that, Speaker, I just want to bring to the attention of my colleagues that this government has a solid group of people from the from the City of Toronto and the GTA. If there's going to be any weight to be swung in this debate, I would suggest that it will be swung by those members of Parliament rather than by ourselves. And so, you know, we've got to pick our fights. We've got to make sure that when we enter the fray, we're actually bringing weight to the side that we've chosen. I sincerely hope that the Government of Canada supports the CRTC, because it took the time, it listened to everyone, and it made a decision that I think is in the best interest not only of Canadians, but of the residents of the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
No attention to me whatsoever. So, Madam Speaker. Councillor Perruzza, could I just be able to concentrate? No, I like all of you. And maybe that's the reason why I stand, because, you know, Councillor Thompson, I heard your remarks, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Kelly, I wasn't here for you to hear them all, but this isn't a big ask. It's really not what you think it is, of having to do a review of everything that's happening in the internet. Let's go back to what happens in the City of Toronto. We have hydro poles, right-of-ways, and we had a telecom company. We are required to give access at a very low cost to our right-of-ways, it's a municipal access agreement, and the hydro poles, which are owned by Toronto property taxpayers or hydro payers, because we own them. But we're required to allow telecom companies, cable companies, access to all that. They put their infrastructure on that, and they go across the city. CRTC heard from providers that they wanted the same rights to get into that infrastructure that was already built by the cable companies and the telephone companies and all these, to have access into that infrastructure, to be able to also use it to serve homes. They had very, very lengthy hearings and did everything that you were asking that they should do. They considered the benefits, the groups. That was their responsibility. And they were charged to do that by the federal government and make a recommendation. And their recommendation is that the access to their infrastructure should also be provided at an affordable cost to other people that wanted to deliver the service. It's been through lengthy reviews. All the issues you were concerned about have been covered. So what are we asked today by Councillor Layton and Councillor Ainslie to do? We're simply asked to support the same thing. You provided the role to the CRTC to consider all this. They did that in great extent, lengthy hearings. They made a recommendation. What's happened is telecom companies aren't happy, and they're trying to go political, because now they're appealing back to the government to overturn the decision of the CRTC. Well, we object to that every time someone tries to overturn our decision on a development application and appeal it to the Ontario Municipal Board. Aren't we given the opportunity to review development and make a decision? The CRTC was given the role to review these applications and make a recommendation. It's fair and reasonable. No, we don't have to. In all due respect,
I know you really mean to do that. We don't have to review this. We shouldn't review this. We shouldn't do studies on it. It's very simple. Do we believe that infrastructure that the telecoms have put into municipal properties, because none of them can get into a household without going through property taxpayer-owned infrastructure, right-of-ways or poles, they put their infrastructure on. Shouldn't the smaller companies be able to use that infrastructure that they've installed in the same manner that telecoms argue they should have the right to the publicly owned one? Absolutely. What should the rates be? What should the access be? What should the fairness be? The CRTC has dealt with that and made a ruling. The last thing we want to do is have the ruling of the CRTC overturned by the elected officials. So what this motion says is, don't consider that to the elected officials. Let your agency ruling stand, and that will allow for internet access to be provided at a more affordable rate to all people, because those that have built the infrastructure, like the telecoms, on publicly owned property, have to have some responsibility to provide a reasonable cost to their infrastructure as we are. That's all that it says. Support the CRTC ruling. Support what the City of Calgary has done in a great submission to review it. Tell the government that we think the CRTC was right, and I think we should do that today. And I am supporting the motion and appreciate the fact that it's come forward.
Okay, last speaker, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to speak to the process. This is an example, in my view, of very bad process. There is information here, but we've had no comment from staff. We've had no comment from the mayor. The mayor supposedly wrote a contrary opinion to this. I don't know what it is. I don't know what motivated him to draft a letter of contrary to this. This should have gone through the executive committee. This document from Calgary was submitted in December 21st. Presumably, they didn't just whip it up overnight. They would have been working on it throughout the fall, November, December. This should have gone through executive. We should not have dealt with it in this fashion. This, to me, is sloppy politics. I don't necessarily disagree with the intent. I think that the sentiments to try to get reduced rates, I'm not unsympathetic to that, but the process is poor in my view.
Okay, on the item, do we want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The motion carries 28-5.
Okay. Our next item is MM 12.35. It was circulated to you. You have a copy of it. We just added. It was a motion by Councillor Robinson, 99 Erskine Avenue in OMB. City Solicitor to go to the OMB. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. The last one is MM 12.36, which is a motion that was circulated on renaming the parkette at 45 William Hancock Avenue. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I believe that that's it, correct? Okay. So, Councillor Perks, I was up by 10 minutes.
You're really good at it. Councillor Ainsley has
Yeah.
bills, right?
Yeah. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, I do. That leave be granted to introduce bills 74 to 79, 101 to 109, 132, 110 to 126, and 128 to 131 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Pension bills. Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Cole.
Councillor Kelly, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor McMahon, please.
I'll vote on this.
Councillor Kelly.
Oh.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Ainsley.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce other bills?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one. You kept them on page. Did you throw it in the garbage? Oh,
Sorry.
You threw it in the garbage.
Well, I thought one was for me to sign and one was to take home.
what a loser. Happy birthday to you.
I'm so used to the efficient work the clerks do. That leave be granted to introduce bills 133 and 134. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this day, February 4th, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote. We still have some more votes, so if you can just relax, sit down, have a glass of water. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
But they're all in a hurry to leave.
Councillor Thompson. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor
Okay, we have
Shiner,
to finish.
please. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Bailao, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perks. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Mihevc.
Councillor Rajamari, please.
Councillor Burnside. Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Rajamari.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, you have a motion regarding absentees.
Yes, I still have my paper here, Speaker. That City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Michelle Berardinetti, Councillor Rob Ford, and Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti from the February 3rd and 4th, 2016 City Council meeting.
All those in favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Shiner.
The motion to excuse absentees carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Councillor Karygiannis.
You really want me to do this, Madam Chair, don't you? that leave be granted to introduce a bill to conform to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of council meeting 12th of February 3rd and 4th, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak, thank you. Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Kelly.
Oh, I just closed the... The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Cho, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Cole.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Councillor McMahon, did you have a point of order?
I do. I want to wish the Speaker a very happy and may or may not be large birthday next week.
Thank you. I'm entitled to senior discounts now.
I'm your advocate.
5%. So thank you to members of council and to staff. Meeting is adjourned. Okay.
Watch everybody else.